government ministers, leaders of opposition, parliamentarians, board members and financial secretaries, members of the diplomatic corps, Dr. Didicus Jules, Director General of the OECS Commission, Ms. Tassin Saeed, Director for the Caribbean at the World Bank, University of the West Indies, ECCB management and staff, social partners inclusive of business, civil society, churches, youth, development partners, labor unions, development partners, members of the ECCU Bankers Association, members of the Planning Committee, members of the media, citizens and residents of the ECCU, included in the diaspora, greetings wherever you are at this time. Welcome to the 5th edition of our Growth and Resilience Dialogue. Our theme is Building Resilience in the Post-Pandemic Era. And we have a focus on this occasion on 2 topics. First, digital skills and jobs, which addresses the issue of livelihoods and is aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 8, promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. Second, food and nutrition security, which focuses on protecting lives and is aligned with SDG 2, end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition, and SDG 3, ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. Now, why do we do this dialogue? Well, simply put, to forge consensus and take collective action to build resilience and transform the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union. In the face of the ongoing pandemic, the case for building resilience in this region is ever more compelling. Never forget, resilience is our region's capacity to prevent, reduce, and absorb shocks and bounce forward, not back, forward. For the first time, we are presenting this event in a fully virtual format. As a consequence, we have seized this opportunity to bring some innovations to our format. We have extended the time from 1 day to 2 days, increased your opportunities for engagement through our masterclasses, and of course, we've also aimed to energize you with our wellness activities. And since we are Renaissance people, we must have and will have some art and music. I encourage you to avail yourselves of these offerings and to enjoy the experience of the dialogue. As always, we invite your feedback because, as we say at the ECCB, feedback is a gift. The people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines are hurting right now, and we are hurting with them. Today, we stand shoulder to shoulder with them in this moment of grave challenge. We will continue to cover them in our prayers and show our love and solidarity through our sacrificial giving. The ECCB's immediate support will include a cash grant approved by the Monetary Council from our fiscal tranche 2, personal contributions from ECCB management and staff, participation in the macro socioeconomic assessment of the disaster, and expedited rollout of Dcash, given the situation. As we navigate this shock, let us feed our minds and fortify our faith with the counsel found in 2 Corinthians chapter 4, 8-9, New International Version. We are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair, persecuted, but not abandoned, struck down, but not destroyed. At the outset of this dialogue, I wish to convey 3 key messages. First, building resilience is essential to protect our hard-earned gains and sustain momentum towards socioeconomic transformation, particularly in the face of relentless shocks. Second, collective action using an all-of-society approach is vital to secure shared prosperity. And third, the rollout of vaccines in our region is critical for our economic recovery. At this juncture, I want us to pause for a moment and consider those who we've lost to the pandemic. In the ECCU, there are about 107 persons, and of course, far more in our diaspora. Pause for a moment now as we recognize those we have lost in this pandemic. Thank you. Speaking of vaccines, we now have in our hands a tool to fight and beat this pandemic: vaccines. The decision to take a COVID-19 vaccine is a personal choice. Regrettably, there has been much misinformation resulting in hesitancy by some to take the vaccines. Today, I seize this opportunity to make a special appeal to everyone to seriously consider and consent to take the vaccine. We often say of this pandemic that we are all in the same boat. But frankly spoken, we are not. The real truth is that we are all in the same storm, but not in the same boat. Many of us still have our jobs, but consider, for example, the 80,000 persons in the ECCU who depend on tourism for direct employment, who are now without work, without money, and without certainty about their livelihoods and their future. Same storm, different boat. I think we can all agree that our frontline workers and health authorities have done a remarkable job to keep us safe. With respect, I submit that it is now our turn to do our jobs to help keep our families and countries safe and to end the economic strangulation that is this plague called COVID-19 pandemic. Do not hesitate. Please vaccinate. I myself have taken the first dose of the vaccine and now await my second dose. The Growth and Resilience Dialogue is a forum for collective action. Last year, I challenged us to advance collective action on two fronts. First, to increase renewables in our energy mix, and second, to advance the digitalization of our economies. On the first challenge, I am pleased to report that our central bank is currently collaborating with the World Bank to deliver a renewable energy infrastructure facility for the ECCU. This facility is expected to address access to financing and offer advisory support to accelerate our region's transition to renewable energy. On the second challenge, it was a moment of great joy when we launched our digital currency, Dcash, on March 31. Dcash offers a safer, faster, and cheaper payment option. The pilot, now rolled out in our first 4 countries, will roll out to all of our member countries very, very soon. So I say to you, get ready and get on board. Before I conclude, permit me to offer brief remarks on the featured topics for this dialogue. Digital skills and jobs. The World Economic Forum's Future of Jobs Report 2020 identifies jobs such as data analysts and scientists, AI and machine learning specialists, digital transformation specialists, and information security analysts as some of the jobs now in great demand. And I can tell you the ECCB is in the market for data scientists, information analysts, security analysts, and of course, digital transformation specialists. Consequently, we need greater focus on science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, and might I add, entrepreneurship at all levels of our education system. Our education system must also focus on what the Brookings Institute calls the 6 C's of education for the 21st century: communication, collaboration, critical thinking, creativity, content, and confidence. We need to establish coding academies and innovation hubs to nurture and support, especially among talent, especially among our youth. On the topic of food and nutrition security, we should note that in 2020, the ECCB food import bill amounted to $1.4 billion, or 7.9% of GDP. Our high dependence on imported food means that supply chain disruptions render our region vulnerable. The pandemic has overshadowed many health issues, but it has also shed light on others. Our region's high incidence of non-communicable diseases, NCDs, has increased the susceptibility of our population to COVID-19, the so-called comorbidities. A 2020 report from the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, indicates that deaths from NCDs, including diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, and hypertension, made up 77% of all deaths in 2016, up from 73% in 2000. The report cites an unhealthy diet as one of the main NCD risk factors. Food and nutrition security helps build resilience by promoting a healthy population, thereby minimizing the strain on families, healthcare systems, and public finances. It is a smart investment which enhances human capital. And as Winston Churchill once put it, healthy citizens are the greatest asset any country can have. Under the Program of Action for Recovery, Resilience, and Transformation, approved by the Monetary Council last October, we aim to reduce the ECCU food import bill by 25% over the next 3 years. And that's a savings of $400 million. So we got to get working individually in the countries and collectively as a region. In conclusion, I thank all who have worked tirelessly to make this virtual dialogue a reality. I thank the Planning Committee, particularly for meeting my challenge to think outside of the box and to deliver some innovations for our 5th edition. I thank our partners, OECS Commission, the World Bank, and the University of the West Indies. I thank our moderators, panelists, and participants. I thank all of my ECCB colleagues who are supporting this event, and some of them are from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and of course are doing this with a heavy heart, as are all of us. So I especially appreciate my Vincentian colleagues who are under very trying circumstances continuing to serve our region at this time. Building resilience is an essential step towards our vision for the socioeconomic transformation of our region. This pandemic presents formidable challenges, but also wonderful opportunities. Let us seize them. And so I look forward to stimulating 2 days of dialogue and our collective action going forward. And while we're at it, let's have some fun. I thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Antoine. Very well said. Very salient points. Building resilience is essential. And as I was speaking, I myself got vaccinated a couple of days ago. Thankfully, no side effects. But as I listened to his opening remarks, he spoke about transformation, resilience, which means that we need to adjust, adapt, we have to recover, and there has to be some process of innovation, and that industries are interconnected. So the financial, the food, the digital or the tech, the health, the education, they all come together. And if we do not transform, and if we do not become resilient, then we are indeed susceptible. Fantastic to hear about the digital currency. Very interested in hearing some more about that later on. So of course, that was the governor of the ECCB there giving us the opening remarks and just a simple overview of what you can expect over the next 2 days. Now, earlier we had mentioned that one of our partners is World Bank. And so of course it would be remiss of us not to have one of our biggest stakeholders address us. And we have a fantastic person in the body of Tassim Syed, Country Director, Latin America and Caribbean Region, World Bank. She is a Pakistani national responsible for maintaining a strong partnership with the countries to address their development and financial challenges. We welcome her to this ceremony and we welcome her to the overall conference. Please, some virtual applause as we welcome her to our virtual stage.
Good morning, a very, very warm good morning to all the participants. I see close to 200 people connected. As always, it is a pleasure and an honor to join this event. I would like to, first of all, on behalf of the World Bank, thank the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank for again honoring us and inviting me to this event. And indeed, this is the fifth time it's been convened. And thanks to you, Governor, for always thinking strategically and thinking on the right issues. You said that the purposes of these events is to build consensus and for collective action. I should add that such an event also provides a fantastic opportunity to focus on the unique attributes of the Eastern Caribbean and the Caribbean as a whole, actually, and to reflect strategically on the region's growth outlook and its incredible potential. As many of you may know from my previous interactions, I'm a big believer in the potential and the outlook for this region. But at the same time, recognizing the vulnerabilities. As we speak, and as already noted by the governor, we are witnessing an incredibly challenging and heartbreaking situation in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Yesterday, we spoke to the finance minister who shared the immense challenges the country is facing at the moment, with almost 20% of the island's population uprooted and displaced, and every person affected due to ashfall. In fact, also in neighboring Barbados and other islands. I do want to take this opportunity, if Governor, you and others would permit me, to say that from the World Bank side, we not only stand ready, but stand ready to significantly up our support for St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the Caribbean. And we are really proud to call us ourselves your friend when the times are good or when the times are difficult. I'm very pleased to report that on Monday, just 2 days ago, we were able to disperse $20 million to St. Vincent and Grenadines as a part of its contingent line of financing available with the World Bank. And we are also preparing, at the request of the finance minister, to significantly accelerate our support based on the needs. Of course, it's a continuous happening event, so the challenges will be to identify how best to provide that assistance. One apology I should have mentioned in the beginning, all the guests, and also note that all protocols are observed. I missed saying that, my apologies. Governor, the fourth session of this series, and participants, many of you may have been there, was held in February 2020, as noted, focusing on innovation and regional transformation. I have to say that whilst it was a huge honor for me to join this event along with my colleagues, this was one of sadly, my last work travels prior to the COVID lockdowns in March 2020. And here we are today when the world has really changed. Before the lockdown, the first point I want to make is that before the lockdown, the global lockdown, the Eastern Caribbean countries were stepping up to the challenges. Many had made investments in digital development, had started to make once cumbersome administrative processes easier to handle. You were also investing in resilient infrastructure, building back better, working towards mitigating and adaptation regarding climate change, building human capital, moving towards less dependency on fossil fuels and more on renewable energy, and strengthening efforts to build fiscal buffers against shock. And from the ECCB side, under your leadership, trying to modernize and digitize the financial system. So my first point is that this is what we were talking about a year ago. These priorities remain central today. And why? Because we are right now, the second point, in the COVID context. Since the last dialogue, whilst the world had changed, COVID has also caused a significant recession and disproportionate impact on the small island states. We all know the data, we all know how the contraction of GDP has been up to about 20% in some of your countries. So, in that context, the pandemic has reinforced, and that's my second point, that the core objective of the region, yes, indeed, remains building resilience and thinking strategically and operationally about building resilience, not only in building back better infrastructure, but also across the economy, across the population, and across the human capital side of it. And again, the World Bank is fully supportive of what we are calling now green, resilient, and inclusive development, otherwise called the grid approach. Across all the countries are member states, but specifically also in the Caribbean and the small states of the Eastern Caribbean. The third point I wanted to touch upon is that today's dialogue is exceedingly significant as it connects to the most important asset that any country or any region or indeed the world has. And what is that asset? Ladies and gentlemen, of course, I'm referring to the human capital asset. Therefore, I'm really pleased that today's topic brings together the issue of digital skills and food security, which directly impacts on the resilient development of the human being, of men, women, youth, children. Thus, job creation and providing basic human needs for the population's health and well-being are critical and key for not only a healthy household, but also a healthy workforce. These topics are all linked to SDGs, as also noted by the governor. Human capital, indeed, globally, I just wanted to share this data that you all probably know that in high income countries, human capital is a contributor to over 60% of the wealth in high income countries. And according to the World Bank's Human Capital Index, a child born today in the Eastern Caribbean will be only between 55% to 60% as productive as she could be if she had enjoyed full education, health, and nutrition benefits. Poor nutrition, as we know, can lead to stunting, which affects physical and cognitive development. Studies have shown, global studies, mercifully not in the Eastern Caribbean, but in other parts of the world, that stunted children can have about 40% less brain volume. As I said, fortunately, this is not as severe an issue in the Caribbean as it is in other parts of the world. However, unhealthy nutrition or unhealthy food intake can lead to obesity and other chronic non-communicable diseases which affect productivity, quality of life, and life expectancy. And Governor, you touched upon this. Unfortunately, the average prevalence of overweight population is significantly higher in the Caribbean than in the rest of the world, thereby posing a higher risk to the population, which is why I said earlier on that these two topics of food security and jobs touch upon the human being and why they're so important. And indeed, on the question of digital technologies, the digital economy offers an incredible opportunity for the Eastern Caribbean because it is the ultimate equalizer in today's world. Thus, food security and digital development also go in hand as technology is widely used to address supply chain challenges, optimize crop performance, effectively manage water, and even make sowing and planting more effective. So integrating digital development into this and other areas is critical, and I'm extremely pleased that Eastern Caribbean countries really thought strategically and are moving forward on it. And as the governor mentioned, the World Bank is currently supporting the Eastern Caribbean's digital transformation efforts through almost $100 million regional project, which aims to touch upon all the key issues critical, whether it's broadband access or digital services or skills or national level initiatives for digital government services. Let me close by saying that whilst we are seeing this unbelievable disaster continue to unfold in St. Vincent and Grenadines, the ongoing COVID-19 crisis still is upon us, and hence the importance of getting vaccinated, the importance of ensuring that our countries in the region get access and timely supply to vaccines. Through the World Bank assisted projects, we have been supporting in the last 12 months close to $100 million of new financing for the Eastern Caribbean's COVID response, contributing to the region's recovery and response for immediate health and social response, but also for medium-term recovery and resilience. And we remain committed, as ever, to be a very strong partner, stronger in the coming years, in helping and contributing to your goals of building a green, resilient, and inclusive Eastern Caribbean. And finally, wishing you the very best in the next 2 days. And I'm very sad I couldn't be there present in St. Kitts and be physically amongst all of you. But this is great that you gave an opportunity to the World Bank to join you here today, and wish you the very, very best. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Tassin. Commendations to the World Bank having given the $20 million donation towards the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Again, we want to remind you that keep them in your prayers, keep them in your thoughts. And we want to thank Tassin for also being a big believer, she said, in the outlook and potential of the region. Probably my biggest takeaway as she was speaking is that the pandemic basically exacerbated the inequalities that were already there, inequalities as well as the inequities that already existed. But even though it did that, what it also did was reinforce that we must continue with a strategic approach to invest, to modernize, to digitally transform. And even when we put in all of these priorities, we must not leave out our health and its impact on the human capital. I thought that was a very salient point that she made, and we thank her so very much for being here. We would have loved to have everything face to face, but we are grateful that all of our presenters and speakers are making themselves available across digital platforms. Our very final speaker, just here to give you remarks during the opening ceremony, is a man who actually needs no introduction, but I will do it in any event. His Excellency Dr. Didacus Jules assumed the post of Director General of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, or the OECS, in May 2014. In this capacity, he's responsible for driving the regional integration thrust towards a single economic and social place involving 11 Eastern Caribbean states. I've also seen the flyer that I believe he is spearheading. It's the Stronger Together initiative, where the goal is to collect or to raise $100 million in 2 weeks. And I have shared it across my platform. I'm sure he will give us some more information on that. Sir Didacus Jules, welcome to the virtual stage.
Thank you very much, our dynamic moderator, the honorable ministers and parliamentarians, Governor Antoine and colleagues of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. I had recorded a message about a week ago, but a week is a long time, and I'm going to play it. But prior to that, I just wanted to, because this preceded the event in the eruption in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So I would like to simply express our solidarity with St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Thank you, Dr. Terry Carell, for pointing out the campaign that we've started on behalf of the government and people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But I will now go into my remarks. Honorable ministers and parliamentarians, permanent secretaries, delegates of the OECS member states, Governor Timothy Antoine of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, directors and team members of the bank, distinguished presenters from the region and internationally, representatives of the private sector organizations, youth delegates, the media. Henry Ford, the first mass manufacturer of the car, famously remarked, "If I had asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses." The most consequential transformations of human society have come from the inventive capacity to dream differently, to frame solutions that are not circumscribed by the boundaries of the problem that they seek to solve. While we in the Caribbean have accomplished much since independence, our journey has generally been one of incremental change. We have maintained and modernized the inherited neo-colonial structures. We have tinkered around the edges. We have sought to breed faster horses rather than create alternative means of transportation to our self-defined future. When we look at other states such as Singapore, 281 square miles, only slightly larger than St. Lucia. And we examined their transformation. They went bold and brave. They did not simply focus on the immediate problems in their path, but they imagined, they idealized, and they conceptualized a better, brighter future. As my colleague Governor Antoine once said, and I quote, "We cannot change our history. We cannot change our geography, but we can change our trajectory." Fast forward to today, where we stand at the intersection of all existential crises: climate change, COVID pandemic and its consequential economic collapse, potential volcanic eruption, you name it. What then are the options open to us? They are the obvious options, and they are the imperceptible possibilities. The obvious we have already been forced to do. We have had no choice but to do. For example, the pivot to everything online. For 20 years, we have spoken about online learning, and we've dragged our feet until COVID forced us into a frenzied sprint to an imperfect finish line in 2 months. Work. The world today is on the cusp of what is now being called the 5th industrial revolution, and we are still in the basement of technological possibility. In 2021, while the world is pivoting to 5th altitude, we are still at ground level, contending with the digital divide. You will note from this slide the rapid acceleration of innovation and transformation. From 105 years between the invention of the steam engine and the invention of the automobile and the plane, then within 99 years, the emergence of the computer, space research, and biotech, followed a mere 42 years later between the internet and Industry 4.0. And now, within a 7-year span, the convergence of man and machine, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, smart autonomous machines, time is not on our side. What then does this time require of us? If we are to utilize the seeds of opportunity buried in the hard stone of our current difficulties, our challenge is to leapfrog to system-wide transformation to create the innovation and digital ecosystem. This cannot be built by disconnected projects, however well-funded or ably conceptualized. That is why the ECCB and the OECS Commission are working hand in hand to implement the World Bank-funded Digital Transformation Project. And that is why we are using this project as a foundational architecture to converge all efforts in digital transformation. Let us be clear that digital transformation is not just a high-tech thing. There are many who fear that in moving in that direction, too many will be left behind. Not at all. We are not asking about building a world beyond our imagination. We are talking about building practical solutions that will reinforce our sovereignty, make life easier and better for all citizens, especially those who are currently disadvantaged and marginalized, reducing the cost of government services and making them more effective and efficient, and enabling entrepreneurship and smoothing the ease of doing business. How do we get there? We undertake another critical leg of that journey right here and right now. We begin by soliciting the wisdom of this room. It takes a particular quality of vision like Henry Ford's to see beyond the normal, the accustomed and the familiar, to see the possible, the different, and the transformational. In today's volatile and uncertain world, we cannot hope, wait, or rely on the emergence of persons of exceptional vision to shape our future. Our current reality can only be changed if all who are affected are able to give voice to their fears and flight to their dreams. Equally, our future can only be built by crowdsourcing of solutions, because it has been said that with the pandemic, we are all in this together. However, we are all in the same storm, and recognizing that our boats may be very different will help to ensure that resilience must embrace equity if some are not to drown. Notwithstanding that differential, it is the wisdom of the room and the engagement of the public square that will enable us to create opportunity out of crisis and shape viable solutions. Prominent in that public square and with seats at the table must be the youth of the OECS, and I welcome, we've invited over 150 of these youth to attend this virtual engagement, this dialogue, as well as the Caribbean diaspora. Let us therefore approach this dialogue with the enthusiasm of the dreamer, but the pragmatism of the builders of the new normal Caribbean civilization. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you so very much. Just some sobering remarks. I understand that some persons in the chat said that I sounded a little bit low. I adjusted volume. I also removed my AirPods, so you can let me know if I sound a lot better than I sounded before. Thank you so very much, Dr. Jules, for that. I believe what you said almost coincided with what one of our registrants, Maxim, also said, that we have to go beyond trying to do quick fixes and patches and putting on band-aids and treating the symptoms, but rather what we need to start doing is truly empowering and educating our population and strategically giving them the tools to assist them with training. Thank you so very much. I see the comments in the chat. They say my audio is still low, but I'm actually on very high volume, but we will continue to find out, to check for the technical problems to see if we can get the audio sorted. So now that we have gotten the opening ceremony out of the way, we had our opening speakers, we are going to dive into our first panel discussion. Our esteemed moderator will be Mr. Timothy Antoine, the governor of ECCB, but just kindly allow me to officially welcome and introduce our various discussants. The first person is Ria Yaw Ching, Strategic Advisor for the OECS Commission. She is the CEO of Covella Consulting, a consulting firm that serves private and public sector organizations with a focus on transformation through strategy, design, and innovation practices. Her topic or specialty is technology developments and projects in the OECS/ECCU that can advance the digital transformation. We welcome Dr. Curtis Charles, Director, Academic Affairs, UA 5 Island Campuses. He has a diverse and extensive background in accreditation, higher education administration, digital transformation, corporate business strategy and change, and data science. His career spans over 25 plus years, and we will be looking at the creolization of science, computing, and artificial intelligence in the Eastern Caribbean. We say hello to Larry Quinlan, Global Chief Information Officer at Deloitte. He has a responsibility for all facets of technology, including strategy, applications, infrastructure, support, as well as execution. His focus or key discussion area will be key digital skills and jobs required for OECS/ECCU economic transformation. And finally, last but not least, Dr. Esperanza Lasagabasta. She's the lead economist for the Finance, Competitiveness, and Innovation Unit of the Latin American and Caribbean region at the World Bank. Key discussion areas: economic sectors most poised to benefit from digital skills acquisition and transformation. Again, if you have any questions for our moderator, please ensure that you put it in the question and answer box so that they can get to them in a timely fashion. Mr. Antoine, Governor, over to you.
Terry Carroll Reid, our moderator or event host. Thank you for all your help so far. So let me just welcome again everyone to our Growth and Resilience Dialogue. And our first panel today is on digital skills and jobs. I think we can all recognize that the future of the global economy is digital, and that future is now. I think we can also recognize the significant challenge that we have with unemployment in our region, especially amongst our youth. In the ECCU, youth unemployment doubles the national average. So if the average is 25%, youth unemployment is 50%. In the pandemic, that has increased as poverty has increased. And so we want to explore this morning in this panel the opportunities before our region in the area of the digital economy and the jobs. And as the Director General of the OECS Commission said, we should not be scared about this. We should embrace it and recognize it. There are significant opportunities for our people, especially our youth. And in all sectors: agriculture, fishing, wholesale and retail, cultural services, finance, among other things. So we have 4 eminent panelists who will approach it from 4 different angles. And so I'm not going to say anything more because I want them to get into their pieces. Each panelist will speak for about 7 minutes. We will then have a little exchange between the moderator and the panelists. And before we then pose a question, so we have a poll or Mentimeter where we'll have a question for you. This is very important because we get to hear from you directly. So we'll have one question towards the end where you will get a chance to weigh in with our views. And then we also hope to be able to take some of your questions from the Q&A box before we close. So that's our format, that's our setup. Let's get right into it. I'm going to start with Ria Yao Ching, who is, of course, being introduced, so I will not go over bios. Ria is a strategic advisor to the OECS Commission, especially in ICT, among other things. And so, Ria, good morning, welcome, and I invite you now to share a perspective on this very important topic.
Good morning, Governor. Good morning, everyone. I'm hoping that you can already see my screen. Is our audio?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Again, I'll quickly share my screen now. Excellent. So thank you very much for this opportunity to share my thoughts on some of the transformation initiatives happening in the OECS. It was an excellent setup for the introductory remarks, and I want to thank the Governor, Dr. Jules Antassine, for setting it up so nicely. Because one of the most striking observations that I've made, or we have made, as I went through this process to go through where we are right now in the OECS, is the sheer breadth, scope, and amount of activities that's actually taking place right now in the Economic Union. And I want to echo something that Tassine said, and that's really, really important. The fact is, many of these initiatives started pre-COVID. And I want to recognize that this has been the setting up of a collaborative exercise way before 2020. Certainly, up to 5 years ago, we were struggling with how to set up the transformation playbook, how to set up the just strategies. So my presentation is all about right now going through where we are. And Dr. Jules set this up in his video very nicely because the digital transformation setup right now encompasses 4 main areas. And those areas are in the enabling environment, the infrastructure, platforms and services, and digital skills and capacity. Now, again, as I went through this exercise, I want to recognize the World Bank in the extent of the strategic involvement that they have made in this exercise. But I also want to recognize the other partners, and I counted up to 20 of them as I was doing this exercise. From local and regional partners, other international development organizations, and so on. So it has been a collaborative effect, an impact thus far. And as we go through, we're going to see the sheer volume of work that has been done as we go forward in this. Now, and I'm not going to read through everything. We don't have a lot of time. What we want to look at is the volume. So in the enabling environment as it stands now, where there are 4 main areas that are actively being worked on right now. Policy and regulation, primarily in the telecommunication and ICT space, modernizing telecoms, modernizing ICT, competitor and consumer protection initiatives and frameworks. In the finance sector, and Governor set this up very nicely as well, that has already started its updating and modernizing of payment legislation. Very important coming up is in the area of cybersecurity, and CARICOM Impact has been leading a lot of those initiatives. And of course, finally, in the area of entrepreneurship and innovation, setting up the frameworks for e-commerce facilitation, the frameworks for participation in e-commerce, and so on. And so many of these buckets have cascading initiatives that go along with it. And I just wanted to give you a sense of what that is actually looking like right now. Now, as we go on to digital infrastructure, and that hits home very much, when we talk about what happens today. A lot of the eye-opening experiences have happened because we suffer so much from these shocks. And pre-COVID, there were shocks. So we are very accustomed to these. So when we talk about digital infrastructure, we really started talking about base infrastructure when we were talking hurricane management, now volcano management, and so on. And in that connectivity structure, that has evolved beyond just communications redundancy in the area of hurricanes to last mile communication to be able to reach all those unconnected or underconnected, and as a priority, school and government offices connectivity. But more importantly, as we layer on, there are several other infrastructural building blocks, and digital identification is pivotal if we are to be able to leapfrog or be able to step over into our new interface of digital transformation. So when we talk digital identification, there are right now several initiatives that are actively looking at foundational identification, IDs that can deal with, that can traverse all of the government services that require identification on behalf of its citizens. But more than that, at a cross-border level, because again, we're looking at the economic union as well. How are we able to transfer those identification systems across our countries? Cybersecurity, repeating again, because cybersecurity now requires its digital infrastructure, which is, we're only at the beginning stage, but our shared incident response mechanisms and infrastructure across our regions and nationally, and our network architecture and resilience is going to be extremely pivotal if we are to live in this global world where it is not if, but when we have any cyber incidents. And of course, in order to empower or strengthen or make more resilient our government offices as a priority, the enterprise architecture that underpins that is also quite pivotal. And we're talking about our storage architecture, our communications architecture, and so on. And then the very exciting, it seems more exciting because it's this thing that citizens can attach most closest to, is that all of these platforms and services that they interacted with, whether you're a citizen, whether you're a business, and here is where an immense amount of activity is going on. In health, in commerce, food security, Governor alluded to the new renewable energy projects, in education, in security, in government services, and so on. There is a tremendous amount of digitalization happening and transformation happening. And I want to lead off or close off with this issue of digital skills and capacity, because then it leads on to some of our other panelists to kick off. Because digital skills and capacity, as the governor rightly alluded to in his presentation, is really about is a really all-encompassing. If you looked at every single slide or every single box in the 4 slides that I presented, there is a space for a citizen. There is a space for an entrepreneur. There's a space for a nurse, a teacher, you name it. There are spaces for everyone. And therefore, as we institutionally strengthen for the future, we also have to recognize that we are reskilling and upskilling for the present. And we are setting the stage for being able to fulfill the requirements that are already entrained strategically happening in infrastructure, ecosystems, and so on, that we have to take care of now. So I'm going to pause here, and I'm going to allow other panelists to begin to have a discussion on this. But this, I felt, was a nice setup so that we can have some meaningful discussions around this skill exercise. Thank you very much.
I think what is heartening from your presentation is that there are very significant interventions now underway. For example, people ask all the time about cybersecurity. What are we doing? And they should be pleased to know that we are, in fact, working regionally on this. CARICOM Impacts is leading the way, but we're working in a collaborative way, as we must, with respect to, for example, cybersecurity. The other thing I'll say very quickly is that we're very grateful for the support of the World Bank. And Tassine, again, I want to thank you very much for all of your support throughout this journey. I think the Caribbean Digital Transformation Project will be one of your most favored, cherished legacies from your service to our region. For those of you who don't know, Tassine has been a champion at the World Bank for our region. We're very, very fortunate to have her. And her time is coming to an end to move to another area, but we just are so, so grateful for all your support. So Tassine, you and your team, I just want to give a shout out to thank you for that. And we'll be talking. So thank you, Ria. And with that, you've got the first angle. I'd now like us to get to the second angle. And here I'm going to invite Dr. Curtis Charles, who is the Director of Academic Affairs at the Five Islands campus based in Antigua and Barbuda, to give us a perspective. And so without saying anything else, Dr. Charles, I now would like you to proceed.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you so much for inviting me to this. Dr. Jules, honored guests and colleagues and students, I bring you greetings on behalf of Principal Williams, our students, faculty, and staff at Five Island Campus, UE Five Island Campus in Antigua, Barbuda. I'm extremely pleased to be here this morning to talk about this topic. Please let me know if you see my screen. That will be. Are you seeing my PowerPoint screen?
We saw it a moment ago. It's disappeared. We're seeing you very clearly. Your screen was up, but we're not seeing it at the moment.
I'm very pleased to talk about this. One of the things we did when we started this initiative. One of the things when we started this initiative was we began to look at, as a new campus, what are some of the defining elements around us in which we need to redefine ourselves or define ourselves as an institution for preparing the next generation future entrepreneurs of this region. And so we started with looking at the data. Secretary Spellings, who used to be the Secretary of Education in the United States, used to say, "In God we trust, everything else bring data." So we wanted to bring the data here, and the data is very telling. When you look at the data and you see 45% of current jobs are expected to be taken over by machines during the next decade, I put on my entrepreneurship hat and I said, well, any discipline within that realm, we need to diversify. When we look at only 33% of the world's demands for employees with technology skills is being met, again, that redefines us as we begin to plan this new campus, which is only 18 months. And when 65% of grade schools, those are students that's going into high school right now.
Dr. Charles?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. We're not seeing your PowerPoint. I'm not too certain if you already tried or attempted to start your screen share, but we're only seeing you on screen right now. So we're not seeing your share just yet.
I did.
Please perfect. Okay. So you can just open it out into presentation mode. Fantastic. Again, apologies for interrupting.
Not a problem. Thank you. So one of the things we did, as I mentioned, is first of all, our institution is 18 months old. We're the smallest, the most recent campus of the University of the West Indies. We're the 5th campus, and we are excited to be in this region to build capacity for a region where only 23% of its population have tertiary education. So one of the tasks that we have is to exponentially grow tertiary education attainment in areas that we consider edge computing or edge technology. And you will see that as we move forward as to why this new school is important. So when we started thinking about the school, we look at the data, and these are some of the data that I talked about earlier. We have 6.5 million new jobs, IT jobs, by 2022, which is next year. And the percentage of jobs requiring technology skills increases to 77% in less than a decade. So these are some of the defining elements that we look at when we ask ourselves, what will the future look like for University of the West Indies Five Island Campus digital learners? And we were very fortunate in having Dr. Jules as one of our speakers. Every month we have a series called Public Advocacy Series, where we bring in knowledgeable speakers like Dr. Jules and others from the world to speak on different issues that impact the Eastern Caribbean. And here is his figures. Again, we were asking, what would the future look like for our students and our digital learners? And this was very informative. When you look at the red, these are the jobs that's decreasing. When you look at the green, these are the jobs that are increasing. So it would behoove us to start academic programs in the red that's decreasing, but actually increase in the jobs that's increasing. And we really focus laser on the Eastern Caribbean and building capacity. We took that a little bit further in doing the research with the data, and we say, what is the influence that the fourth industrial revolution is having on the future of work? And when we look at that, we say, okay, if we look at the impact of work, what is the one thing that, if done well over the next 4 years, would produce extraordinary outcomes for the Five Island campus and the OECS region. And we're not just talking about, my grandmother would say, ming-pling outcomes. We're talking about extraordinary outcomes that's going to transform the region in 4 years. So we came up on the idea that we need to reimagine science, technology, computing and artificial intelligence in the region, because those are the areas that the governor said just now that the fourth industrial revolution and the fifth is really concerned about. And that's where we need to be. That's where we need to be preparing students. So this whole concept of born digital has been something that a lot of folks have asked us, well, what does born digital mean? And I try to use the example of, I'm a Trini, so I'm a born Trini. So I'm in my birth, there is cricket and there's soccer and there's roti and there's Pepsi and there's soca and there's calypso. Those things weren't added into me afterwards. So this is a school where AI becomes fundamentally part of the DNA of every academic offering that we engage ourselves in. So this was both two entities, the School for Science, Computing and Artificial Intelligence and the Science and Technology Institute for Artificial Intelligence and Economic Development, Cognitive, in the Eastern Caribbean. We do not want to be in any initiative that doesn't impact and transform the Eastern Caribbean. So how does that manifest itself when we look at the task of the fourth industrial revolution, which is to educate everyone at scale? Please pay attention to the first sentence. With the School of Science, Computing and Artificial Intelligence, the Five Island campus has the opportunity to develop a new generation of edge technology entrepreneurs who would be equipped to breathe new life into realizing the Silicon Islands of the Caribbean. I want you to, if you have heard that for the first time, remember that this was said by the Director of Academic Affairs at Five Island campus. And together with everyone on this call and beyond that, we could transform the Eastern Caribbean into the Silicon Islands of the Caribbean. All the components are there. We're going to lead in this new school in artificial intelligence, machine learning, data analytics, robotics, cybersecurity, fintech, cyber infrastructure protection that my colleague just mentioned just now. These are some of the areas that we're going to focus on, and this is what the architecture looks like. I was so happy to hear the governor talk about the grid just now, because that's the whole concept by which we developed the school. It is not your father's school, it is not the normal school that you would see, but it's open innovation. If you look at this plan, you would see that there are disciplines on the exterior node, traditional disciplines. The difference with this is that in traditional disciplines, we educate students in silos, and then we send them out to work in teams. Doesn't really make much sense, but we have been doing that since Harvard University was the first institution in the US in 1636. So we have been doing this for quite a while, educating in silos. What we wanted to do here was to look at what's happening in the center and imagine each one of these nodes on the screen. Remember we say born AI, each one of these nodes is a sensor. And that sensor collects information about how students learn and move and interact with each other, so it can improve the algorithms to improve learning and teaching into the environment. But the nodes in the center is where the action happens. For example, someone doing catastrophic disaster and a master's in catastrophic disaster management could basically link across the aisle to somebody who's doing new transportation designs. I was looking at what's happening in St. Vincent, and there are places that we can't get to. But we know we are prone to those disasters. So what type of new transportation system we need to have? We go from island to island by boat and plane. The art of the possible is what the school is about. It's about bringing young people into doing e-gaming and e-sports and game development and virtual reality and engaging them with folks who are doing software development and robotics intelligence. And of course, as my colleague said just now, critical infrastructure protection. We must protect our grid and systems that were pre-computer attacks when it was designed. And then finally, where are these students going to come from? The students are going to come from the Eastern Caribbean. They're going to come from Antigua State College, Abbott is going to come from OECS community colleges, St. Kitts robotics program, Caribbean science program. All these are solid programs that exist in. And then they're going to come from folks who are in the work, right? Any new program that we design in the school, 15% of it is going to go towards work for credit. So it's an opportunity to really have folks come into the environment, engage in research. And these are some of the AI areas: AI for health, AI for agriculture, AI for climate. all of them are linked with the compelling and wicked challenges that we face in the Caribbean. And I know tomorrow we're going to be talking about agriculture, but this is where we need to be. When we think that the world's production, the world has to produce 70% of food in order to feed everyone by 2050, we cannot be thinking +1+1. We had to be thinking exponentially. We had to be thinking about this example, we're talking about the blue economy. Well, how could we grow food and aquaculture and replenish the food service and take ships back and forth by piping sunlight into fiber optics into environments where we could grow food just like we have oil rigs? Or we could go underground, because if we could go underground, we could go above ground. But the art of the possible in this example is how we exponentially grow the amount of food. And this is where AI collides with traditional agriculture. So we're talking about how do we reimagine human ingenuity in the region's agriculture industry in an age of AI. So I encourage each one of you all to join us. This school is starting in the fall. We need lecturers in computer science, data science, mathematics. This is our region's school. If we believe in the mission of this next 2 days, I ask you to please drop me an email. Dr. Jules, and as well as the governor, sits on the council for the University of West Indies 5 Islands. Connect with one of us so that we could build this capacity and realize the Silicon Islands of the Caribbean, in the Eastern Caribbean. Thank you so much.
Silicon Islands of the Caribbean. That sounds good to me, and I certainly am on board. Wonderful. I think what we're hearing so far, colleagues, friends, citizens, residents, is what could be. We must not fail to have a sense of imagination. And what we've heard so far this morning is really compelling us to reimagine the future of this region, and to recognize and to situate the digital transformation in that process. And I particularly like the link with agriculture, with food and nutrition security. I have a classmate now who is doing quite well with aquaponics, using technology. And that's why we keep making the point, it's not a choice, that's a false narrative, whether you're choosing digital over agriculture. You are trying to actually empower, enable, and really create a new type of food production and agribusiness with technology. So thank you very much for that. And by the way, that is one of the reasons why the ECCB is supporting the OECS Robotics Association, or the establishment of an OECS Robotics Association, to give our young people an opportunity to really be able to express themselves and come together to move, to take this forward with that sense of imagination that you articulated. So thank you for that, Dr. Charles. And more on that, of course, to come. Now I'd like to move to the private sector. We are reaching into a diaspora, taking a man from our region who has done very well for himself in the international community, in the person of Larry Quinlan, who is the Global Chief Information Officer at Deloitte. So I'd now like to ask Mr. Quinlan to come in and to give his perspective. We're particularly keen to hear what he has to say as somebody coming from the private sector. Mr. Quinlan, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Governor. It's a pleasure to be here. And it is true that I bring the perspective of a large multinational organization leading technology there. But, at heart, I'm a proud citizen of St. Kitts and Nevis. I am a proud graduate of the University of the West Indies. My heart's here, and really pleased to be able to participate. We're going to talk a little bit about key digital skills and the digital divide. I do want to say a lot's been accomplished, and the pandemic has really helped with that transformation. I'm finishing up a quarantine in St. Kitts as we speak, and really impressed by the nature of digital transformation, the ability to actually digitally order food in quarantine, the ability to pay for things digitally everywhere, and note the transformation that has occurred over the past several years. My world has been one of constant travel. I was on a plane everywhere around the world, every single day of every week. And with the pandemic, the need to transform, the need to change. And what we're recognizing is the pandemic itself is bringing about change that is going to be long lasting. And I believe this can be of incredible benefit to us as we think about the need to digitally transform and to have the kind of virtual capabilities that would benefit so much the distributed nature of our islands. So part of the mandate here is to talk about the skill sets that we need. Dr. Charles mentioned the educational needs that we have, and daring to imagine what our future could be like. And in order to realize that vision, there are a set of skills that are absolutely needed. Some are more relevant than others for sure. And I'll zero in on the cloud here. And while there's lots of talk everywhere, I'm a chief information officer, and no one believes you're a real chief information officer unless you talk about the cloud. But it really isn't a fad. And if you think about the nature of the Caribbean, think about the nature of the region and our place in the world, then the ability to actually exploit cloud becomes a critical aspect of our digital transformation. That simply doing it on premises with servers in different islands and cities and the challenges of some of the infrastructure dealing with that makes it critical that we have the kinds of cloud skills necessary. And there are a number of articles, there's a lot of data predicting that the cloud market is exploding exponentially. We're actually seeing very difficult to keep cloud engineers, and the whole notion of really creating skill sets in cloud becomes a big, big, big deal for us. You put that alongside the notion of application development. Yes, people believe all the jobs are moving to some other region, or the machines are going to take over everything. We can't find enough people, certainly in my industry. And application development, people who are software developers, particularly software developers on cloud, that demand is going to explode over the next few years. Machines are not going to remove those jobs over the next several years. And the ability to code, to do design, to understand human experience as it relates to building application development, doing application development in the cloud is an incredible skill set to have. Data analytics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, those are also going to be embedded in a lot of the infrastructure that we've got. And one would expect that those jobs are also going to explode, things like data scientists, et cetera. Perhaps in fewer numbers than cloud and application development, but for sure, there'll be capabilities that we need that we have to prepare our next generation and current generations to take advantage of those kinds of opportunities. We've also talked about robotics, and there are different kinds of robotics. Some are perhaps more relevant to the Caribbean region than others, but there are kinds of robotics software robotics in particular, that will actually allow us to reduce the cost of delivering things. But cyber is a foundation part of this. If we cannot get people to trust the security of the digital transformation, then adoption will be slow. So cyber skills becomes really, really important what we do. So we've got to create digital literacy. We've got to do it at all ages. Dr. Charles talked about the educational aspect of it, so I won't dwell into it as much. Technology in the classroom worldwide, we've got to focus on it as well. But in order to create the skills that we need, simply allowing it to happen organically is unlikely to work. And we have to figure out how to create the kinds of public-private partnerships that are absolutely necessary to ensure that we can model the number of people needed across the region in each of these areas and take intentional steps to create the kinds of programs necessary to deliver the skill sets in cloud, in cyber, in all of the areas that we're talking about. Because failure to actually create those kinds of skill sets will leave us susceptible to all of this work being done somewhere else and failing to achieve the competitive advantage that we could from this new world, from this digital new world. And there's so much going for us in this space that I believe intentionally going after it will certainly get us. Which leads me to my last point, and that is leadership's an essential element of this. And that as leaders in the region, trying to model, trying to determine, trying to set goals and inspire people that this future is in their best interests, that technology won't simply pass them by, but will actually create a better life for all of us, is a fundamental part of the equation. So identifying those skill sets, intentionally going after them with the education and practical experience needed, and creating the regional leadership necessary to convince everyone that this is the way to go is a fundamental aspects of this transformation. So thank you very much and look forward to the conversation.
Thank you very much, Larry, for that. We hope to get back to you because if you believe that our islands can become the Silicon Islands of the Caribbean, the Eastern Caribbean that is, what would be our first steps? You've identified leadership as important. You've identified the requisite skill sets. I'd like to hear from you a little bit more, perhaps, before we conclude, what you see as the first 1, 2, 3 steps to really begin to realize that vision. You highlighted key areas, but if you advise in a government, what would you say is your first or second step on that very important journey? But thank you very much for that. It's very interesting to hear your perspective, and it's inspiring for young people to see how one of our own has made it big in this area, and hopefully they'll be encouraged to follow suit. So with that, thank you again, Larry. We now move to our final panelists, and we're very pleased to have Esperanza Lasagabasta from the World Bank. Lasagabasta from the World Bank, sorry, Esperanza. And I'd like to now invite you to give some perspectives on how these skills can bring real benefit to our economies, and in particular, various sectors of those economies in our region. So Esperanza, over to you. Welcome.
Everybody, good morning, Mr. Governor. I hope you can all see the presentation. It's a pleasure to be here, at least virtually with all of you, and thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this important dialogue. Today, I was invited to talk about which sectors of the economy can benefit the most from digital technologies. And there are two important themes that I want to touch upon. First, are digital financial services, which are a critical pillar of the, of the digital economy. And the second is ensuring that digital technologies permeate all businesses across the economy. A century ago, electricity didn't really have its impact until it was widely adopted. Similarly, in the 21st century, it must be with digital technologies. I hope you can all see the presentation. So financial services are critical to growth in the economy. We know that countries with deeper financial systems have enjoyed a higher income. And at the micro level, access to finance is especially important for for entrepreneurs to undertake new business investments, to manage the risk, and for households as well to invest in education or housing, or to manage different economic shocks. And digital technologies today are really transforming financial services. In most countries, they have typically started with payment systems, and they have evolved to other types of financial products: savings, lending, investment, even financial planning. These changes are not only allowing transactions to happen at a much faster speed, but very important. Yes.
Con permiso, buenos días, bienvenido. Excuse me, is it possible for you to open up your, sorry for the interruption, is it possible for you to open up your presentation to the full slide, the full screen mode?
Yes, sorry. Okay, let me do so.
Right, so it should be like a reading view or your slide master.
Yes, that's where
ahí a la izquierda, ¿no? Slide master. ¿Es eso, no?
No, sorry. It's just okay. There we are.
A la derecha, I think. Let's see.
Mm-hmm. Okay, here we are. Beautiful.
Gracias, muchas gracias. Disculpa.
I hope you can all see it well right now. Yeah. Yeah. Fantastic. Very good. As I was saying, this hasn't only expedited how transactions happen, but very importantly, it has reduced cost, and it has brought small businesses and millions of households that have had very limited access to financial services much closer to the financial system. So this has been truly transformative. Let me share with you some examples. For example, non-bank entities such as telecom firms and e-commerce platforms are facilitating digital payments and savings instruments using mobile phones and QR codes. And these models have been expanded to cross-border payments, helping reduce substantially the cost of remittances, very important for migrants across the globe. Digital lending platforms are really sprawling around the globe, and they are benefiting from alternative data, such as payments to utilities, social media, and other forms of mobile transactions. For example, Ant 310, the platforms can take you 3 minutes to apply for a loan and 1 second to get approved with no human interaction. Insurance products are not yet quite as developed, but they are also emerging very often in the small policies for vehicle, travel, and health insurance. And they're also profiting from alternative data to improve product pricing. These transformations are also reaching the investment world. In Kenya, for example, which has been at the forefront in Africa on promoting access to finance, the Akiba government bond was issued, and it was targeted to small savers who were able to invest in it through their mobile wallet. COVID-19, as in other parts of the economy, has had a huge push to digital financial services. For example, in Mexico, the government launched a new electronic payment platform in late 2019. And in the context of COVID, this platform has been very well received. By the end of 2020, it had more than 4 million accounts validated. What's attractive about it and different from previous experiences is that it can be easily operated and accessed from any smartphone and relies on QR codes. These changes do not come without risk. Some of them are not new, for example, unfair consumer practices, and rapid digital lending without appropriate information could result in abuse of consumers. Similarly, we know about the risks related with misuse of private data. Financial infrastructure can also be exposed to cybersecurity risk, and rapid lending could also lead to instability issues that central banks and financial sector supervisors have had to deal with before. And governments can play a huge role in fostering digital financial services. And here they have been playing a very critical role in managing, on one hand, encouraging innovation, but at the same time, safeguarding the stability of the financial system as well as consumer protection. We are seeing more and more around the world countries testing regulatory sandboxes, which these are spaces where regulators are allowing innovations in a controlled environment. Entry of new players has been critical in the promotion of digital financial services, and the most typical format has been the issuance of specialized license as a financial service provider. These have been issued to new self-standing entities or often to subsidiaries of telecom operators. Other countries like Kenya decided to initially gave a license to an existing non-financial entity, but they are now reconsidering that model due to the high risks that it imposes. Entry is not enough to safeguard competition. Economies of a scale could easily lead to a few cornering the markets. Incumbent banks could restrict access, or technology firms could restrict also access to data. So safeguarding competition is very important. As I mentioned earlier, consumer protection needs to be at the heart of these developments, and rules to foster clear and timely disclosure are critical. In addition, the government can also promote the credit infrastructure, the credit information bureaus, as well as digitalizing secure transaction registers. Of course, all of these could not happen unless it's underpinned by a very solid digital infrastructure platform. The second topic that I think is very critical is how do we encourage the adoption of digital technologies widely through the economy? Digital technologies can increase farm productivity. And as we know, in the long run, what matters for growth is really enhancing productivity. And during the last decade, we've seen positive developments advancing across the globe. However, there are differences. The progress has been uneven across countries, across industries, with much higher adoption in knowledge-based industry, for example, compared with industries such as food or accommodation. And SMEs have been lagging behind. For example, Chile a high income country in the Western hemisphere, prior to COVID, only 6% of SMEs were using e-commerce. Again, here, COVID-19 has really accelerated the process. The World Bank has been supporting some business surveys to understand how firms have been affected by COVID and how they are adapting to the situations. And these surveys have highlighted the importance of firms increasing the use of digital platforms. At least 30% of 100,000 firms that were surveyed had increased it. And many of them, as many as 17%, had also invested in these digital solutions. Two important words of caution here are that large firms are the ones that are increasing this investment the most, which begs the questions as to whether the digital divide is actually going to increase. And secondly, that these investments and changes have been partial and have only focused on a few functions within the firm. For example, marketing and sales, missing a lot of opportunities such as supply chain management, administrative services to enhance productivity. There are many obstacles to digital adoption by businesses. In many countries, the lack of access to affordable and fast broadband is a critical one. Insufficient awareness. Closely related to this is the inadequate digital skills of managers. Access to finance challenges may also hamper new digital investments, and fears related to cybersecurity might also hinder moving forward with such changes. Governments around the globe have encouraged numerous programs to facilitate the digital adoption by firms. And first in this is the technology support. In some countries, this type of business development service and consultant services also come along with financial support. Very closely related to this are the upgrading of skills, both at the management level as well as tax incentives or voucher to encourage workers' training. Several countries have launched platforms online to guide SMEs in the process. For example, in New Zealand, in the UK, to support SMEs on exporting through e-commerce. Protecting intellectual property rights have also been part of these programs, not only starting some regulatory changes, but also providing the relevant information and financial support. Digital security is also an important area that has been part of these programs. Most of the emphasis has really been on public awareness. But in a few countries, for example, such as Korea, they have actually provided some tax incentives for SMEs to invest in these areas. So this provides, digital technologies provide enormous opportunities for the OECS. At the on the financial sector front, the efforts to digitalize payment systems are very important, and this should really be welcome and accelerated. Other innovations can follow, like the digital lending programs and insurance products that I was mentioning earlier. For the wider economy, it's very important also to accelerate efforts for traditional industries, whether it's tourism, agro, or other, to really adopt such technologies, starting with managerial training programs as well as business development services for SMEs. The support to the regional business accelerators is a very welcome and complementary tool. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lasaga Basta of the World Bank, for that global perspective, which is so important to help inform how we proceed at the regional level. And as you spoke, I just want to again reinforce for our region that we are working together. So that World Bank project that was mentioned on cybersecurity is CARICOM Impacts. On skills and jobs is the OECS Commission as lead. On the question of consumer protection and telecoms, ECTEL leads. On digital finance, where you ended, the ECCB leads. And of course, our digital currency is one of the things, key initiatives in that area. So thank you very much for that. I think we can take the Mentimeter in a moment. So if the Mentimeter is ready, that's the question that we asked you to weigh in on. We can take that question now. And while we're doing that, I would like to turn back to Larry as well, while that is in train, to ask him, what's your first advice to our governments for us to really begin to realize this vision? But first, to the Mentimeter poll. And the question that we have today is now on screen. What is most important to ensure people can adapt or adopt and make the most of digital technologies so that we can catch up with the global digital economy? Question: what is most important to ensure that our people can adopt and make the most of digital technologies and thereby catch up, as it were, with the global digital economy? And there are 4 responses available to you. The first is funding for formal education, TVET, and employer-led training to create ITG jobs and careers. Second, government policies to strengthen innovation and technological development, creating demands for digital skills. Third is public-private collaborations that will support tech hubs and maker spaces, innovation hubs. And 4, legislative reform to address the demands of the global economy. So again, if you're just joining us, we are, of course, on Growth and Resilience Dialogue. This is our 5th edition. We are near the end of our first panel on digital skills and jobs. And the question for you, our participants, is what is most important to ensure that our people can adapt and make the most of digital technologies? And there are 4 options at your disposal. First, funding for formal education, TVET, and employer-led training to obviously support the IT jobs and careers. Second, government policies to strengthen innovation and technological development, including skills. Third, public-private collaboration partnerships to support innovation hubs. And 4, legislative reforms to address the demands of the global digital economy. So those are options. We give you a couple more minutes to answer that. This is very important feedback from you. And as we say at ECCB, feedback is a gift. So thank you very much for those of you who are participating, both in the Zoom room. There are 200 odd, I think 222 in the Zoom room. But of course, many more are listening via Facebook. And so we want to thank all of you who've joined us today. And Dr. Reed, if we have time to take a question from the Q&A box, we can do that. So you will guide us on that. I know our time is almost up. But we want to now hear from you on the poll. The Mentimeter poll, if you're not familiar, you put into your browser www.menti.com. Once you do that, the code comes up. It's 24876194. 24876194. We use it all the time at ECCB for staff polls and we use it in our digital dialogues. So www.menti.com, and then the code is 24876194. Once you put in that access code, the question comes up. Final 2 minutes, for us. I think we could do a bit better than that. I think 72, 77 people have cast their votes. I think we could get a few more people. So let me just tell you what has to be done if you're not familiar with this tool. You go to your browser and you type in www.menti.com. Once you do that, you'll be asked for a code. The code is 24876194. It's top of your screen, but I'm just walking you through it for those of you who are not familiar. And then the question appears. And there are 4 options, and you can just cast your vote for the option of your choice. So that's perhaps another minute. Let's see, how are we doing? Checking to see if more people have come in. Yes, I think we're now in the 80s. We still would like to hear from more of you. Again, www.menti.com. You put that into your browser, whether it's your tablet or your smartphone. Once you do that, you need a code. The code is 24876194. And once the code goes in, the question comes up. And there are 4 options. You choose. Are we at 100 yet? 96. Let's see if we can get to 100. This is real-time voting with real-time results. 103. Final minute. Again, for those of you who are not used to this, want to make sure that you know what to do. www.menti.com. You put that into your browser, your tablet, your phone, whatever device you're using. And once that goes in, you need a code, 24876194. 24876194. Once you put in that access code, the question will come up. And you have 4 options. I see we're at 111. Again, it's still open. Final minute. I've extended that minute a little bit. But it's really important for us to hear from you. And those are things that help us, guide us in terms of policy making and advice. So we love to hear from you. We want your feedback. And throughout this event, over the next, today and tomorrow, we want to hear from you. Please give us your feedback, areas where we've done well and areas where we could improve, so that next year, God willing, we can be even better. Thank you very much. Hopefully next year it's face-to-face, but who knows what the future holds at this moment. Thank you very much. Final 30 seconds before we close the poll. Final 30 seconds before we close the poll. I think there are 221 participants in the room. Of course, that's just in the Zoom room. We have many more people listening via Facebook. We know that for a fact. And then there are other platforms as well where it may be streaming live. So thank you very much for all those who've joined the Growth and Resilience Dialogue, a partnership with the ECCB, OECS Commission, the World Bank, and of course the University of the West Indies. And with that, we will close the poll. The poll is now closed. Thank you very much for your participation. And from what I can see, the result of the poll is there's a tie, it appears. So for the first question, the first option with respect to government, we appear to have had 38% of persons support that. And then for public-private partnerships, 38%. So again, it underscores the point that Mr. Quinlan made about leadership and, of course, the need for partnership. And I think we all can agree on that. So 38% in terms of the government's role, 38% in terms of public-private partnerships, 20% for the area of, well, actually, let me just repeat that. 38% for funding for various forms of formal education and TVET for skills. And then we had 38% for public-private collaborations, 20% for government policies. That's the leadership piece. and then 4% for legislation. So those are the areas where you feel perhaps the government should, no, not government, but we should perhaps play the biggest role at this time in terms of moving our digital economy forward. Thank you very much for your participation. I think we can take one quick question before we wrap. And so I'm going to ask Mr. Quinlan if he can come back in, the voice of the private sector on this panel. And Larry, could you just quickly, 1, 2, 3, if you're advising any one of our prime ministers or any one of our governments, where do we start? I know that's a hard question, but I am going to put you on the spot. Thanks.
Yeah, the responsibility to advise them about what we have. All right, I think about what we've done in tourism or agriculture, and I think it actually needs something like that. It needs a program. But many of our islands are small. So first, regional cooperation. Second, intentional setting up of educational facilities in addition to institutions like the University of the West Indies. We also need a set of technical schools that will focus on certain specific skills like cyber. And then we've got to think about the specific areas that we're going to go after. E-government is one of them. It is a safe area that will help improve quality of life, but also give our people the experience in building things. And then working together in the region to identify a set of sectors that we can compete and actually create digital assets that can be used in other parts of the world. But it really needs a program, an intentional program, where a country, a region can say, this is how we're going to go into it, this is how we're going to lead. It can't just be organic.
Right. Thank you very much, Larry. Very, very important. I want to thank you for that perspective as we think about how we build out the digital economy. One of the things that really exercises me is how does our region, how do our countries not just consume, not just be consumers, but be producers in this digital economy? You know, a lot of the payment rails that we're creating are great, but we have to make sure we're not merely consuming, we're not merely spending foreign exchange on the wonderful services available from everywhere, including through Amazon. But what are we producing so that we are creating livelihoods, employment, income, wealth creation, and ultimately foreign exchange? So I'm going to leave it there in the interest of time. Dr. Carol Reed, do we have any questions from the chat that you want to put up before we conclude? Do not hear Dr. Terry Carroll Reed, but I want to thank all of our panelists for their participation. It's been great hearing your perspectives. We're out of time in terms of our ability to continue to explore these issues, but we will have further, we'll have follow-ups as we go along. Thank you very much, panelists, for your time and attention to this very important topic. We look forward to collaborating with you, and I am sure ECCB will be in touch as we continue our very important work in this area. So with that, I thank all of you who've joined us today for this particular panel. We will now break, and when we come back, I think we will be having our first master class. Hopefully in between there, we'll have a little stretch break as well, a little yoga, a little wellness before we jump into our next session. Thank you very much, everyone, and continue to enjoy our growth and resilience dialogue.
Imran, can
Imran,
right
you can hear us?
from
Imran?
headquarters, from headquarters.
Oh, okay. Who am I speaking with, may I ask?
This is Shamalan.
Hi, Shimon.
Hi. Just Dr. Ram, you can hear us too?
A little low, but very low. Yeah.
Crawford, turn up the audio, please. Oh, these are recording whole time. Crawford? Yeah, but you know, they have to hear us over there. You can hear us now? Okay, what we want to sync because we are going live on Facebook and YouTube. So we want you to start in sync with our live stream.
Okay.
Right, so we synchronize. You're set to start at 11:30?
Correct.
Okay. So nobody is in the webinar, right?
want to say a special thank you to the ECCB for asking me to write a paper on this as well as to present to you this morning. Now, as I share my screen, you can see that. Okay. All right. Imran, are you seeing that okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, and you're seeing it in the full screen mode, yes?
Definitely.
Okay, great. Now, I am going to take a slightly different approach on this masterclass because I think that within the Caribbean and certainly within the Eastern Caribbean, the time has come for us to start speaking about what are the implications for us doing a digital economy. And I would rather focus us on what is required for us to digitalize our economy. What are the steps that we need to be undertaking now to do this? So I'm looking at digital transformation in the Eastern Caribbean with economic growth through digital transformation. So if I now scroll down, here's the outline of my presentation. I will just give you a bit background on where the Eastern Caribbean is in terms of its economy, then go straight into the regulatory environment and infrastructure deficits as I look at it with respect to digitalization, how we need to promote digital skills and literacy, digital technologies that I think the ECCU should embrace, how to expedite digitization of government services, then also looking for a framework because it's really important that we encourage our private sector to engage in digitization, and then of course some recommendations at the end. So let me just go through the slides quite quickly. What's the background? Our vulnerabilities, challenges, and opportunities. And again, this weekend, we were clearly shown that we are such a highly vulnerable region with respect to what recently occurred in, and still ongoing, in St. Vincent. So, as you know, that particular event, the eruption of La Soufre in St. Vincent, also coincided at a time when we're still in the midst of a global pandemic. And so this chart shows you the economic growth within the ECCU. And as you can see here, for the years before the global financial crisis of about 2008 to 2009 or so, we had an average growth rate that was certainly higher than what we have since had then. But then on top of that, as you can see that from the pandemic, we had a significant decline in economic activity on average within a double-digit range here. And of course, the countries within the ECCU would have been impacted slightly differently, but we can definitely say that all economies were impacted significantly from the effects of lockdowns, having to deal with the pandemic within our countries and globally. So debt levels were, in fact, we were on a path to reducing our debt levels prior to COVID-19. But as you can see here, the end of year debt levels, as it were for the year 2020, have now jumped significantly as a result of, one, of course, governments have had to borrow more and spend more in excess of what they were taking in with respect to revenues, but also our GDPs have fallen. So we have this moving from a 2019 ECCU average of 62.4% to an average of almost 81% by the end of 2020. And this number, we are hoping, can improve if we see some growth return in 2021. But if not, that number could possibly decline even further. But in the Caribbean, a paper that I wrote with some colleagues back at the Caribbean Development Bank in 2018, we identified that we have these vulnerabilities: macroeconomic, productivity and competitiveness, human development, and environmental. And again, this weekend, I showed us how vulnerable we are to environmental vulnerabilities. And across that, we still have cross-cutting challenges. There's still an implementation gap, something that I really want to focus on with this presentation. And we're not doing things as much as we should to a regional approach, although I should say within the Eastern Caribbean. is actually doing a lot better at this than the rest of the Caribbean. In fact, something I like to say most recently is that if we're going to make a better stand at having regionalism within the wider CARICOM, then the members who are not members of the Eastern Caribbean should consider joining the Eastern Caribbean, because for me, that is perhaps the best regional movement in the world, bar none. And we have it here in the Caribbean, and we should try to emulate it for all of the Caribbean. So what are some of the policy blueprint prescriptions that we should be taking account of? It's really flipping around those challenges and making them into opportunities. What we need to do on macroeconomic, we know what those are: productivity and competitiveness, human development, how we need to also prepare on environmental preparedness. And then there are some cross-cutting themes at the bottom of the slide, which I think we had identified back in 2018 as being significant. Two of those are highlighted here: gender equality. But as you can see, digitization was also one of them. And that's what I will be focusing on in this presentation. So as I did the research on this, what are some of the digital challenges and opportunities that we have here in the Eastern Caribbean? Well, as far as I can see, we had inadequate training and skills for the digital era, large skills job mismatches, unfortunately. So we don't have the right skills for the type of jobs that are coming, certainly now and into the future. Significant increases in unemployment in 2020. So that was unfortunate, of course, but that's likely to continue for some time and could be exacerbated as we move into the digital era. So how do we consider changing that? Our digital infrastructure, there are still some challenges there with respect to reliability and access. Legislation and regulation challenges remain, and I will speak about those a little later on. Those need to be also looked at and improved. And we need to have a comprehensive policy on cybersecurity. As we all know, the more people start to share information online, we have to ensure that that information is secure if we want to encourage more people to do online transactions, for example. So the regulatory environment and infrastructure deficits. In doing the research, what we found was that there was a slow pace in adopting new technologies. The regulatory framework, consumer protection, was still in its infancy stages. The Eastern Caribbean, unfortunately, lags behind other small states in deploying the latest generation networks and infrastructure. So for example, a lot of the countries are still using 3G, and as you know, many countries are moving over to 5G. Can we make that leap? Do we still need to go into 4G LTE? Can we make that leap from 3G to 5G at this point in time? The quality and affordability of broadband services still pose a significant challenge for the transformation effort in the Caribbean region. And please know that I'm, of course, summarizing a lot of what has been presented in the paper. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have after this presentation. This chart gives you an idea of internet usage in the Eastern Caribbean and gives you an idea of mobile subscriptions per 100 people and persons using the internet. What, of course, is useful here is that you can see that definitely we have a higher than 100% rate of mobile subscriptions. And this typically is the case in most countries because many individuals have more than one phone. Many persons might have a phone connected to their businesses and for official correspondence, and then also have a personal device. So that's quite normal. But what is actually good here is that at least we're seeing a number of people, around 60% of the population is using the internet. I think that that's a good starting point, but we really want to try to increase that to as close to 100% as possible. I think we want to encourage everyone, including all of our grandparents and those who might not have grown up using digital technology when they were actually working during their working lives. How do we encourage them to jump on board on this so that we can get that number to a higher level? Yes. Now, when we looked at this as well, broadband prices, how does that compare to the rest of the world? I think on average, we're doing really, really well here with respect to, if I look at the last column on this. with respect at an regional level, mobile broadband prices are actually equal to the world average, although a little bit more than the America's average. So we probably still have some work to do as it relates to our closest neighbors, but on a world level, we're doing fairly well. Now, that's not to say that we shouldn't be moving towards a much lowering these costs. I think that's what we need to do. But I'm not going to say here that we are doing badly. I think that we are doing fairly well. So what about the regulatory environment within the Eastern Caribbean as it relates to digitalization? Here are some of the challenges that we found and which we think there needs to be some work done on it. Inadequate, we need to address the rapidly evolving ICT and digital environment. We're not rapidly evolving enough for this. This must be modernized for the region to harness the digital economy's benefits fully, and the region must be able to promote consumer and business interests adequately. The investment environment must be adequate to fill market failures and to remain current with the rapid technology evolution. The regulatory challenges in payment systems infrastructure continue to hamper financial services innovation. Resilient and reliable infrastructure networks, and I think that word resilient comes through again, is going to be very, very critical, because as we go through a phase where we seem to be bombarded by a lot of environmental impacts, we still want to ensure that our digital infrastructure is online. And so our regulatory environment must be in a position to ensure and incentivize that actually happens. Here's just a summary of some of the select ICT legislation in the Eastern Caribbean, and you can see where we are here. Some countries are doing fairly well, like for example, Antigua and Barbuda. Dominica and Grenada still have some work to do. They don't have enough legislation as it relates to data protection and privacy, and certainly with respect to cybercrime laws. And so I think with respect to those two countries in particular, we need to ensure that they are putting things in place, so at least to get them up to the level where the other countries are. But just to say that in the majority of instances here, we do believe that the Eastern Caribbean has the required legislation, at least some legislation in place, although some of this legislation could be improved upon. Now, an important area is security and consumer protection. We think that if this isn't looked at carefully, we're not going to have the type of digital transformation that we think that is required to help us move our economies forward. And so I believe that the authorities in the Eastern Caribbean need to pay particular attention to this particular aspect. And here I have set out in some detail what I think are some of the areas. Can we have an enabling environment for the region's digital economy? And so we need to prioritize consumer protection, data protection, and cybersecurity. Because one of the things we have here is that once trust is broken, then it becomes very difficult for persons to want to engage in digital transactions. And we can't have a situation like that, because if we are not engaged in digital transactions, then many of our competitors around the world will be doing so, and we will be left behind. So we think that this has to be a critical area that the authorities look at and bring in the requisite legislation that ensures that this happens, both at the public and at the private sectors. So what's the existing national legislation and national cybersecurity strategies in the OECS? The green says that these legislations have been completed. The yellow says that they are in progress, and the red says that there are none. As you can see here, when it comes to national cybersecurity strategy, we are not doing a very good job there. But when it comes to legislation, we've done fairly good in terms of having cybercrime legislation in place, also with respect to privacy and data protection. But then we don't have a strategy that follows up with respect to ensuring that this is all enforced and done well. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done there. Now, I've just spoken a little bit about the need for the infrastructure, the need for us to have the right legislation in place. But it's really important, and when we did this research, that unless people are digitally literate, then we're not going to be able to move towards a digital economy. And so this particular part of the presentation focuses on how we can promote digital skills and literacy to ensure that citizens can participate in the digital economy. In the education sector, we need to have a significant focus on ICT, and of course, we requisite training and skill development for that. We need to ensure that all of our students are trained in the competencies, including the soft skills, including can we have our students coming out of secondary school with some ability to code and even to do some programming, or even to know how you go about developing an app, for example. Teachers and education providers should be trained with requisite ICT knowledge and skills. And I think over the last year, we have seen that many people have had to make that switch to online training. But we don't simply want that. We want to ensure that our students are coming out with the skills that can allow them to be the developers of these applications. And that has to be within the private and the public sector. So while we're speaking about children coming through the formal education system now, the private sector and public sector have to also ensure that their employees have the requisite skills. And so there needs to be some incentives for the formal training of existing employees to ensure that everybody has advanced ICT-related training. So as we speak about that, what are some of the digital technologies that we think the Eastern Caribbean needs to be focused on? This particular chart gives an idea as to what I'm speaking about here. We have to ensure that we understand where the world is going. Artificial intelligence is here, and we need to ensure that we are going to play a significant role as it relates to that. And remember earlier when I spoke about the need for us to consider our infrastructure, much of the new types of digital technologies will require 5G technology to operate properly. So for example, when we think about the Internet of Things, or we think about artificial intelligence, that is going to require 5G. So we have to start thinking strategically now about what type of infrastructure we're going to need in order to allow us to do some of these things. I just want to say 1 minute on something here. 3D printing can actually be a significant opportunity for us. Consider, for example, if you were able to now manufacture things within the Eastern Caribbean by simply being able to do 3D printing. So for example, instead of having to import the hardware of a particular good that you might want to buy from a particular region, all you simply have to do now is import the software online, and then you make that particular good or gadget or what have you within the Eastern Caribbean using 3D printing technology. That could actually be very good for the environment, save on a lot of costs, and of course, ensure that now maybe there are greater opportunities for the increased use of technology, and then the utilization of any sort of latent demand to do more types of economic activity in the Eastern Caribbean, simply by the implementation of some new technologies within the Eastern Caribbean. Now, as I come down almost to the end of this presentation, we looked at well as the digital readiness. How far are many of our economies with respect to the preparation for being a fully digitally transformed economy? And so one of the stipulations of this research was to look at the digital readiness for index for the Eastern Caribbean. And what I did do here was to look at digital infrastructure, digital platforms, and facilitation, and to come up with a sort of a multi-dimensional digital readiness index for the Eastern Caribbean. And what did this tell us? Here are some of the things that we did. So how did we construct the index? So the first step was to determine the components necessary for digital transformation. Step 2, selecting and compiling proxy indicators. Step 3, applying normalization methodology to the data. And step 4, computing and aggregating this index. What did this index tell us? So here are the indicators that we use to determine whether we think the Eastern Caribbean is digital ready, and what are some of the areas that we need to do work on. As you can see here, we put these into 3 pillars. Digital infrastructure, which include things like mobile cellular subscriptions, percentage of individuals using the internet. Digital platforms, whether we have cybersecurity in place, legislation, whether how much of the population has 3D coverage. And I should say here, this is based on what we currently have. if we were to say how much of the population has with access to 5G coverage, but then all of these scores would be 0. So we have to think about every year updating this index. And is there an eGov index? And then, of course, there's a facilitation. What about our business environment? So we then looked at the scores for every Eastern Caribbean country, compiled this, and then came up with an index ranking. What did this index tell us about the readiness for the Eastern Caribbean with respect to digitalization? Now, there are some limitations, and here it is, but we don't have to go into that right now. What are some of the key findings? Overall readiness index scores range from 4.4 and 6.0 out of a maximum possible total of 10. So some countries, or maybe if we were to say that 5 was the passing grade, some countries have passed while others have not. The overall readiness score was about 5.3. No country obtained a perfect score on any of the 3 pillars examined. So it tells us that we have work to do on each of these pillars. The average score for facilitation, for example, is 3.0, with the highest country being St. Kitts and Nevis at 3.3. Remember, these scores are out of 10. And so this tells us that when it comes to doing digitalization, we also have to look at some of the other things. And I think that facilitation, the business environment, is going to be critical here for us. And the most developed pillar that we found was that digital infrastructure within St. Kitts and Nevis, leading to a score of 8.1. Yes? So that was okay, but there's still work to be done. And here are the scores and the rankings on what we found. We found that, for example, on digital readiness, the overall score in Kitts and Nevis came out the highest, but unfortunately, St. Lucia not doing as well because of the various scores that were developed here. And a lot of this is as it relates to the amount of population that has access to 3G. And this can also mean that, for example, persons living in rural areas and rural communities, and this was particularly true in St. Lucia, we need to ensure that they have access to broadband and access to mobile networks where they are living. But this just gives you an idea that although St. Kitts and Nevis has come out on top, the score there is only at 6.0 out of 10. So they still have a lot of work that needs to be done. Yes. Conclusion on this, doing a digital ready economy requires a holistic approach across multiple components that will entail expansion of government services, building technical skills that can drive a service digital driven economy, providing entrepreneurship opportunities that will advance vibrant, creative, technology savvy businesses and a more inclusive economy, and facilitation and affordability necessary to create a business-friendly environment with support for startups and investment by the private sector. And I'm almost at the end of this. And we thought that it would be very useful that not only looking at what required at the overall national economy level, but what will it take for our businesses to also become digitally savvy and ready. And so we also did a digitalization framework for the OECS businesses. And this is what we came up with. Now, I just want to remind you that what I've done in this presentation and this paper is not to simply say to you, well, here are the components, or here is what digitalization will mean for economic growth. I think we know that that is going to be significant. What I've tried to do in this presentation is to say, here is a roadmap for what we think needs to happen in order for us to become digitally savvy. And so here is a framework for the OECS. Here are some of the things that we think businesses in the OECS need to do. Move to an e-commerce platform. This has to be critical. Understand consumer behavior, because consumers actually want to move towards more electronic commerce type activities. Digitization and process automation. This is going to be critical for everything that you do going forward. Use modernized payment systems. And I think now, of course, what's quite good is that the Eastern Caribbean now has Cash. And when that becomes much more pervasive and hopefully the pilot goes well, this is going to be a real fillip for business within the region. And that will be able to be plugged into international payment systems as well. Invest in cybersecurity, invest in human resource development, and use of data for continuous growth and development. That last one, there's a lot of information and data that you as business people can actually now access when you go digital to inform you about what needs to happen with how you need to grow your business. So there's a lot of really good business information that you can glean when you go digital to help you improve your business and to grow your business going forward. Recommendations for this for the private sector simply is to upgrade infrastructure, make sure that data protection and cybersecurity is well enhanced, ensure that you are training your employees, and this goes for both the private sector and public sector, and this is just coming down to the end of the presentation. Ensure that the regulatory environment is well developed, ensure that education is at the top of the agenda that we are putting when we are sending our students through the formal education system, that they are coming out digitally savvy, that they know that this has to be part of what they do. And with respect to digitalization, we need to ensure that the internal systems and processes, not only within government, but in the private sector, have been all digitalized. So Imran, I think that brings me to the end. I've tried to summarize quite a bit of what we did in the paper, but I tried to focus in this particular presentation on the things that I believe we need to do in order to drive the digitalization process forward. And I just want to leave with this little quote here: to build resilience, policymakers in the Eastern Caribbean will need to change the wheels while the bus is moving. There's a lot that has to be done and has to be done simultaneously. And I know that we can do that if all of the agencies work together to ensure that this happens. This is going to be critical for the economic prosperity of the sub-region going forward. So I'll hand it back over to you.
Dr. Ram, thank you very, very, very much for this rather comprehensive presentation. In light of the items you would have raised as some of the deficiencies, it would be a bit remiss of me not to mention that the ongoing Caribbean Digital Transformation Project, which was championed by Governor Antoine and Director General Dr. Jules, funded as well by the World Bank as our key partner, seeks or endeavors to solve a lot of those issues you would have identified. So it will be quite interesting in the spirit of collecting data, setting up what we call a baseline and looking at the movements to see where we are perhaps 1 year, 2 years into the project, if those indexes with the new information can be reproduced to see how the region is moving. I can tell you from the cybersecurity end, we have the public consultations and training as well as the state development when you spoke about the strategy that they will seek to solve as well. From the OECS end, they're leading on digital skills, and we're looking at advanced digital skills. We find too many times you have such programs being done, and it's just a little IT training somebody receives, but the marketability of which is often not internationally competitive. So we try to end that cycle and look for international competitiveness for the persons that we're training and the advanced skills. You have the digital financial services, you spoke about it again, and in terms of the legislation for the payment system, for the strategy, the settlement, we have the Dcash project that's going to deal with that component. And of course, a key component as well in terms of the cost of broadband internet. We're looking at the reliability as well as the reliability and the affordability of broadband internet. That will be spearheaded by the ECTEL. So we are making, so while I understand a lot of those deficiencies do exist, that's why the interventions are being made. So you're spot on in that regard. But I have a few questions for you in the amount of time we have left. One person says, the region appears to face a conundrum. It needs investment in digital technologies and needs to consider resilience. The financial needs are astounding. How can these new innovations be financed, noting the fiscal challenges that countries face? That person probably from a Ministry of Finance.
Right, can I answer that now? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll take it one at a time here.
I love that question, and I think it's always an appropriate question to answer. What I would want to say here is that the time has also come for us to understand what's the role of government. And this has to be a public-private partnership when it comes to this. But with respect to what that partnership arrangement is and what is the role of government, I don't necessarily believe that government needs to be financing a lot of this. I think that the government needs to ensure that it is setting the framework to enable the investment to occur by the private sector. Now, the private sector, of course, is going to want to make that investment the bigger and larger the market is. And so I think that what has to happen here is that we need to look at this at a regional level to ensure that the investment climate is the same across all of the countries, so that when, for example, a private sector firm says, I'm going to invest in this, it has the opportunity to do that for the entire Eastern Caribbean. I think that that's going to be really good. And could you imagine, as I said earlier, if the entire Eastern Caribbean was the entire CARICOM? I guess it would not be the Eastern Caribbean anymore. But if that framework was then to now extend beyond that, then that private sector investment can come in. So I think the time has come for us to say, okay, as public sector, we are going to set the stage and ensure that the investment can happen, and then to encourage the private sector to do the investment, so that this is not leading to significant increases in debt levels. That's not what we want here. And so there needs to also be with this, that business facilitation, which I spoke about earlier, has to be a critical component of this digital transformation.
Indeed. If I may just piggyback on your response, I think sometimes when persons think of digitization, they only look at the upfront cost for the infrastructure that has been implemented, but they don't look at the cost due to lack of efficiency in running an analog system. Imagine someone is moving paper, you have to move from one person to the other person. The time lost for a transaction, as opposed to if you can do that transaction with perhaps in a few seconds or via an app or some online platform. So we always look at it kind of one-sided. So we have about say 7 minutes remaining, and we have at least 4 questions, an additional 4 questions. We'll try to run through quickly. The next question says, recognizing the new trend, a number of young persons in the OECS have pursued studies in these areas only to return to a region where the skills are not fully employed. What options are available to those persons to avoid brain drain in the region? I'm not sure this one is specific to the presentation, but I'd like you to take a chance at it.
Yeah, and you know, I really appreciate these questions, because these are the types of things that we have to grapple with right now. As far as I'm concerned, it is a problem that we will always face because we come from fairly small countries where we're not always going to have all the opportunities that much larger countries can actually give a young, bright person. But what I would want to say to them here is that where I think the government has a responsibility. Again, the government needs to ensure that it is laying a framework so that we can have an area of the world that is innovative. That if you want to do the most innovative things, we are saying, come here and do that. One, what that will do is that will attract the right type of investment into our spaces. And so firms will establish here. And then secondly, I want to say now that if that is the case, then if that person is considering going into some entrepreneurial activity, then the Eastern Caribbean, if these things are in place, might be the best place in the world to do that. Because if you're doing digital transactions, what better place in the world would you want to do that than in the Eastern Caribbean? Yes? I mean, beautiful, beautiful climate, beautiful food, beautiful culture, beautiful people. We can do that. So I would say to them, we do have a responsibility as a government to ensure that the place becomes an innovative center, and that's certain things we need to do. I think once we do that, then more and more people will want to start coming to work here. So for example, we've seen it with respect to COVID. We've seen these sort of digital nomads who has taken the opportunity to say, okay, I'll come to the Caribbean and work for a year. And now that they've realized what a great quality of life they could possibly have here, they may not have access all the time to going to Broadway, for example, or going to London West End, but there are other things that they can do. And so over time, I think, Imran, as we develop and as this becomes much more ingrained in what we do, some of those leisure activities might actually also relocate here, yes? So we have to see it as a sort of a long-term project. The government has to facilitate, and then we have to encourage our people to stay and do entrepreneurial activities.
Agreed. We have one more. did you examine the public sector investments towards digitization? Is there any correlation then for Dominica and St. Lucia with the low index relative to St. Kitts and Nevis?
Say that again, Imran. I didn't hear the question.
They were asking, did you examine the public sector investment towards digitization? Is there any correlation then for Dominica and St. Lucia with the low index relative to St. Kitts and Nevis?
So with respect to why those particular countries were sort of ranked lower than St. Kitts and Nevis, a lot of it had to do with the access to the 3G networks. As you could imagine, when you look at how Dominica and St. Lucia, with respect to the topography of those islands, you have rainforests, there are hills. You have therefore people living in fairly rural areas, yes, as compared to St. Kitts and Nevis. And so one of the issues that we found here is that a lot of this correlates with the access to 3G access, yes. And so there needs to be incentives or some type of maybe a very short, small-term subsidy to encourage the network providers to provide these 3G services within these particular areas and communities. So a lot of the correlation, and that actually brought down the score for many of these countries. That has to be some type of mechanism we need to look at. Maybe it's not about running actual hard cellular towers. Maybe there needs to be something as it relates to satellites, for example, whatever is the most cost effective. But we need to look at that and then provide the incentives for the service providers to do that. And I just want to say that although we spoke about 3G, in my personal opinion, we need to be considering 5G. So if we were to replace 5G within that particular row of that table, then all of the countries would actually get a score of 0. And I think that is where we need to be heading.
And the index score, you would imagine, would have been worse than
it would have been worse. Yes,
definitely.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough on this one. We have about 1 more minute for 2 questions, and then we'll move into some closing remarks from yourself. This is a very interesting question as well. It says, how do you assess the digital ID situation in the region, and do you see it as a key? What do you see as a key obstacle to move forward with digital infrastructure and digital platform development?
So the digital ID, I think, is critical. We need to have the key obstacle, as far as I can see it, is what transpired in Jamaica a few years ago when they tried to implement a digital ID system within that region. There were some lawsuits brought against the legislation, particularly as it relates to personal information, yes, and sort of breaches as it relates to civil liberties. I think that there are ways to get around that. I think legislation that is drafted in a way that ensures that it is constitutionally on the right side of the Constitution means that I think is going to be critical. So we need some of our best legal brains to put their minds to this to ensure that this happens. Now, once that is done, and then we can give people the certainty that their data is secure and that no one can steal this data or no one is going to be looking at transactions related to that digital ID to hold anything against them, then I think we're on to a good place. So what that just simply means, Imran, is that we need to do the work upfront and ensure that we're doing things in a legally correct way. The law runs through everything, and I think it's the same here. And I think once we do that, we should be fine. For me, that's the way to go. We need a digital ID because it would make your life so much easier. Imagine if you have electronic ID, you could be voting from your laptop. You could be purchasing anything from the comfort of your home from your laptop. You could be applying for the renewal of your passport from your laptop. In fact, maybe when you apply for that renewal of your passport on your laptop, you then actually receive a digital passport. Could you imagine? And that all of that can happen if you have a digital ID in place.
Definitely. Well, Dr. Thank you very, very much for your response to those very, very thought-provoking questions indeed. So at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to an end. We're about 1 minute over. Let me also inform you that we have the other master classes that will be running immediately after this one. So please log in and so you can make your contributions to the other discussions. So Dr. Ram, let's take this home. 30 seconds, closing remarks.
Okay. Well, Imran, I think the time is now for us to act. Digital transformation is critical if we're going to improve the growth rates. As you saw earlier in my presentation, the growth rates are not high enough, and I think digital transformation can help us spur growth within the region. But there needs to be a public-private partnership. This is not only a role for the public sector. Public sector has its role, that is to be a facilitator, and that is to facilitate investment in this. But we have to also ensure that our education system is up to the task, that we are educating our young people for the new realities of the fourth industrial revolution. Those for me are critical things. And so if we need to have a big tent approach to this where we have everyone on board and understand that digitalization is the future and everybody needs to be on board to do what they can to move the Eastern Caribbean forward. And the Eastern Caribbean is, for me, the shining light of regionalism across the globe. And it should be a shining light when it comes to digitalization as well.
I totally agree. In lieu of a formal goodbye, I leave you with two quick quotations. The biggest part of our digital transformation is changing the way we think. Number one. Number two, going digital is no longer an option for us all. It is a default. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I say a big thank you to Dr. Ram for wishing us his presence today. A big thanks as well to all the listeners in London. Please do remember, it's an entire day activity. We have a next session coming up. Thank you very much, ladies and gents.
Okay. Thank you, Imran. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Bye-bye.
Good day, everyone. Would like to welcome you to the my audio. So just give me one. Is that better now? Great, and thank you everyone for your patience. And would like to thank you on behalf of the ECCB and our global and regional partners of the 5th Annual Growth and Resilience Dialogue. We welcome you to the masterclass on the Digital Currency Pilot Project and the transformation of the ECCU economy. Today it's going to be a very exciting session, and we're so happy that you could join us on this innovative transformation that was recently deployed by the ECCB on 31st March 2021. And today I'd like to introduce you to our esteemed presenter, Charmaine Powell. Ms. Powell is the chairperson of the ECCB FinTech Working Group, and she also serves as the director of our Chief Risk Officer. Ms. Powell.
Thank you, Kiran, and it's a pleasure to be here today to share with you on the Dcash project and the role of Dcash in the transformation of the ECCU economy. Dcash, as you know, was launched on the 31st of March, 2021, and it has been an exciting journey. So today, I just want to share with you in terms of what Dcash means for the ECCU and the role of Dcash in this transformation of the ECCU economy. So in terms of an overview, a roadmap of our presentation today, I will give you a brief explanation of what Dcash is and go into some reasons as to why we decided to introduce Dcash to the ECCU, highlight the main features of the Dcash, indicate how Dcash can be used across the ECCU, and then go into some of the benefits of Dcash. How can the Dcash benefit us as ECCU citizens? So if we were to start out with what is Dcash, we've been hearing a lot about Dcash. And what is Dcash? And simply put, Dcash is a safer, cheaper, and faster way to make easy payments and transfers. It is actually a blockchain-based version of our EC currency. Dcash is issued by the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, and it is basically a digital form of our existing physical notes and coins. So currently, we have physical coins and notes in EC currency, and what Dcash is a digital version of this. And so we are basically introducing a new method of payment that can be used across the ECCU to transact. So in terms of why do we want to use Dcash? Why did the ECCB see the need to introduce Dcash as a payment method? Firstly, payment system efficiency. Now, as we went about and we did our consultations across the ECCU, one of the areas that was highlighted was the frictions that currently exist in terms of the payment system. And so we sought to introduce a solution that would increase the speed of payments, improve security, and reduce costs. Hence our tagline for Dcash, faster, safer, and cheaper. Of course, we also wanted to look at cross-border transactions across the ECCU. Very often, there are frictions that prevent persons from being able to transact among the ECCU countries, and also even to send payments to friends and families within the ECCU because of certain cost factors and other challenges that currently exist. And so the Dcash is intended to reduce these frictions or eliminate these frictions and improve the cross-border transactions within the ECCU. And ultimately, our goal as it relates to Dcash is to see a 50% reduction in the use of cash by the year 2025. Now, using cash has several costs associated with it in terms of insurance costs, the actual movement, the printing cost of currency. And so what we want to see is a reduction in the use of physical cash by 2025. And so the introduction of Dcash will help us to realize that goal. Another main objective of why we have Dcash is inclusion by digital enablement. Now, we have some persons across the ECCU who, for one reason or another, are able to enjoy the full benefits of the financial services. Some persons may not have bank accounts because there are certain prohibitive factors that prevent them from having bank accounts. Or for even persons who have bank accounts, they may not be able to enjoy benefits such as wire transfers or even other digital payments such as debit cards and credit cards. And so the Dcash, given our structure of the Dcash and the options available under the Dcash, we are ensuring that every single member of the ECCU, every citizen of the ECCU, is able to participate in this new payment method, and they can use it to make payments. So, for example, persons in the ECCU who currently are unable to make online payments because of the fact that they don't have a debit or credit card, by utilizing the Dcash, once a merchant actually accepts Dcash as a form of payment, they can now make online payments and avoid having to stand up in establishments for long periods to pay bills. And this is particularly important given the COVID-19 environment where persons, establishments are trying to reduce the number of persons who have to come in and make payments and increase the number of online facilities available. So the Dcash will ensure that all members of the ECCU can in fact enjoy those benefits. And the Dcash is another financial service option. So we know the financial institutions across the ECCU offer a wide variety of options for financial services. And what the Dcash does is to provide another option that is available to all citizens across the ECCU. And thirdly, promoting innovation and competitiveness. As the world moves digital, it's fast becoming a digital marketplace. And so this is one way to ensure persons can in fact participate in this digital marketplace. We also can enhance regional coordination and cooperation because now because you can make payments much more easily, and there's a method by which you can transact. Now persons in different ECCU countries can transact across countries because there's an easier method to receive payment. And another key aspect of the Dcash is real-time market and business intelligence. Because of the reporting functionality of the Dcash, where the information is readily available from the blockchain, then businesses, individuals can readily get information from the Dcash transactions, and they can use this now to enhance their business, to make changes in their business, and have overall enhancement of the marketplace. So these are some of the key benefits which are expected to be derived from Dcash, and so that those are some of the thought processes that went into our decision to launch the Dcash project. So what are some of the highlights of the Dcash? Firstly, it is transmitted via smart devices on a secure payment platform. So we're using blockchain as the underlying infrastructure for the Dcash, and by using that, persons can transact in Dcash using a smart device, whether it's a smartphone or a tablet. So once you have a smart device, you can actually download the Dcash application from the Play Store, whether it's the Google Play Store or the Apple Store, and then once you're onboarded into the pilot project, you can in fact transact Dcash from your smart device. So you don't need to have additional a physical wallet or anything, a card. Once you have your smart device, and we notice the mobile penetration across the ECCU, in most of the ECCU countries, is over 100%. So the average person does have a smartphone. So once you have that, you can transact in Dcash, and you can be assured that the platform on which you're transacting is in fact highly secure. It facilitates peer-to-peer transactions, and it's actually frictionless. And what is peer-to-peer? Peer-to-peer is sending money from one person, one individual, to another. And so it's not restricted by being in the same physical space. So you have persons who may be in St. Kitts and transfer money to somebody in Grenada or Antigua or St. Lucia, any of the pilot countries. Once the receiving person has a Dcash wallet, they can receive funds, and it takes about 3 to 5 seconds for the transactions to be completed. So this actually reduces significantly the existing frictions when it comes to money transfers, because we know we have challenges in terms of sometimes wire transfers that take sometimes days, or even check payments. If you have to send a check from St. Kitts to another ECCU country, it takes days to get there, and then the clearing process as well takes some time. So these frictions are reduced by the peer-to-peer functionality of the Dcash. Recoverability of access to funds in the event of a lost password or device. Now, if you were to compare Dcash to your physical wallet, if you were to lose your physical wallet, chances of retrieving the cash that was in your wallet are slim to none. However, with the Dcash, even if you were to lose your smart device, your smartphone, or your tablet, or you were to forget your password to your application, which accesses your funds, there is a way for you to recover your funds, because the Dcash is stored on the blockchain, and you use your wallet to actually access that cash. So therefore, if you're able to, once there is a method by which you can actually retrieve your funds, even if you lose your device, or if your device is stolen, if it gets destroyed, your funds are not lost. And that is a critical aspect of the Dcash solution. Privacy of transactions. This is a very important aspect of Dcash as well, because we know persons are very particular about their information. The questions have been asked: is my information secure? Who will see my information? And given that this is a digital platform, persons are concerned about hacking, about cybersecurity incidents. And we have gone through great lengths to ensure the robustness of our infrastructure so that persons' information is secure, there's data privacy, and also we have also given the guarantee that in the unlikely event of an infrastructure failure, that whatever transaction is affected by that, the ECCB guarantees that you will be refunded the full amount of any transaction that may be affected by the unlikely event of an infrastructure failure. As it relates to data privacy as well, for persons who have existing bank accounts, you're aware that currently your information is known to your bank, and that information is known to your bank only. Similarly for Dcash transactions, the transactions are known to your bank only, and to go even a step further, because the information on the blockchain is encrypted end-to-end, so all the data on the blockchain is encrypted. So no individual can just go and look at the transaction, because all we see are codes, numbers, and letters. They would have to do further investigations to be able to see what is behind that transaction, and that can only be done by your financial institution, and that information is kept by your financial institution and can only be shared if legally required to do so. So we have quite a few measures in place that ensure the privacy of data that is on the blockchain. Near instantaneous settlement. Dcash transactions are settled within 3 to 5 seconds. So if you do a transaction in person, for example, at a merchant, or you do a transfer from one individual to the next, a peer-to-peer transfer, within 3 to 5 seconds, the transaction is cleared, which means that your Dcash balance in your wallet is reduced, and the receiving party's Dcash wallet balance is increased by the amount of the transactions. So that is very important, because persons like to know that they can see how the money is spent. In some instances, for all digital payments, it takes maybe a day or two before you see a balance updated, whereas with Dcash, it is instantaneous. Real-time transaction history. So for persons who actually have the Dcash app, for every transaction that is done, whether it's an individual or a merchant, you can see within the application all the transactions. So once the transaction is done, it is stored in the history, and you can actually go back and see all the transactions at any point in time that you use for your Dcash wallet. So that transaction history can help as well in financial management. If you want to go back and see, okay, I topped up my Dcash wallet with $500, how was it spent? You can go back and see every transaction that was done in your Dcash wallet. So in terms of moving to how can Dcash be used, there are three methods currently that we use Dcash. P2P, which is person to person, as I mentioned before, that's sending funds from one individual to the next, and you don't have to be in the same physical space. You can be in a different country. Once a person has a Dcash wallet, you're able to transfer funds from your wallet to theirs, or vice versa. They can transfer from their wallets to yours. And it's important to note that even though we've launched Dcash in 4 countries, if an individual has an account at one of the participating financial institutions, even if they're not currently residing in a pilot country, they can get a registered base wallet, which is a wallet which is onboarded or approved by a financial institution, and they can use, so they can be outside of the pilot countries, but do peer-to-peer transfers. They can transfer funds from themselves to an individual who has a Dcash wallet. We can also do person-to-business transfers, so you can do it whether at a merchant location, so you can go to a supermarket, a store, wherever Dcash is accepted, and you can actually make a payment from yourself to a merchant. There's also the e-commerce functionality, which will be coming online soon, where for those merchants who offer online payment services and have Dcash as an option, you can actually use your Dcash to pay a merchant via their online portal. And of course, businesses can transfer from themselves to another business. So you may have a supplier, and you have a merchant who buys from a particular supplier. They can actually transfer funds from their Dcash wallet, merchant wallet, to that other business wallet. So there are various options whereby you can use your Dcash wallets to make payments. What are the benefits of Dcash? Why use Dcash? So I'll use our tagline, faster, safer, cheaper. As I mentioned before, Dcash transactions are settled near instantaneously within 3 to 5 seconds. And so that is one of the key benefits of using Dcash in terms of the speed at which you can do transactions. Even if you're not in the same physical location, you can have transactions done in less than 10 seconds, 3 to 5 seconds to be exact. It's safer when you compare Dcash to, say, physical cash, where you run the risk of persons of being robbed, of losing your cash. It is safe for you. It's stored on the blockchain. You access it through your device, and so you have the assurance that your funds are safe. And even for merchants, it means that they have less cash to handle. The security measures in terms of having to move the cash from the establishment to the bank, that is significantly reduced. They can do that through the app from their wallet to the commercial bank and convert it to deposits if they wish. So therefore, that security feature, and even for establishments that may open late into the evenings, by using Dcash, they have less physical cash to handle, and therefore they reduce the risk of having unfortunate incidents that are associated with using physical cash. And of course, cheaper. There is no cost for the use of Dcash for none of our stakeholders, either financial institutions, end users, merchants, agencies. There is no cost to using Dcash. So therefore, it is actually cheaper. And even compared for commercial banks as well, who have to pay insurance and have transportation costs for physical cash, using Dcash, those costs will be significantly reduced. Dcash is a contactless method of payment, and in this COVID-19 environment where physical and social distancing is paramount, we offer this method where you don't have to actually touch. Even if you compare to, say, credit cards where you have to enter a PIN or you have to sign, with Dcash, you just scan and pay. So you don't have to actually have any contact with the person who you're paying. So that is very important, particularly in this COVID-19 environment. Improved financial management is another selling point for the Dcash. So I mentioned before about being able to use the transaction history to monitor your transactions. And so individuals who may want to see how their money is spent, because normally if you use physical cash, it's very difficult for you to remember where you spent your funds. With the transaction history for the Dcash on your application, on your app, then you can actually look and see how your funds were spent, you know, what all expenditure, and then you can make adjustments. So you can say, okay, I may have spent too much here, I need to adjust next month, whatever it is. So by using that transaction history, it helps you know to improve your financial management and manage your finances much better. And of course, the important part of financial inclusion. At the start, I would have indicated that the Dcash is intended to be available to every citizen of the ECCU. So even persons who currently are not able to access the financial services, they don't have a bank account, or already do have a bank account, there's a limit to what the financial services they can actually access. The Dcash allows for every single citizen across the ECCU to enjoy the benefits of financial services and be included in the financial space. So in closing, we talk about Dcash and transformation. Digital payments are fast becoming the preferred method of payment worldwide. I think if we do the research, we'll find out that more and more digital payment methods are coming on stream. We hear about the cryptocurrencies and other forms of digital payments. That is because persons are looking for a more advanced way of making payments and moving away from the use of physical cash, and also moving away from the need to actually be in a physical space to make payments or effect payments. And so what the Dcash is part of this revolution where persons are moving away from physical cash, moving away from face-to-face payments, as it were, and going into a digital space, and Dcash supports that change. Central bank digital currencies are becoming more prominent. When we started this journey some two and a half years ago, there were about 2 in every 10 central banks that was contemplating issuing a central bank digital currency. Today, 8 out of 10 central banks are actively considering the issues of a central bank digital currency. So you're seeing more and more the issues of central bank digital currencies is gaining prominence, and part of that has to do with the changing in the landscape and the demand. As persons move away from the use of cash, the central banks recognize that there's a need to give due consideration to issuing their own form of digital currency to remain relevant and to be part of the whole transformation process worldwide. And finally, Dcash is a critical component of the overall digital transformation agenda for the ECCU. We are aware that across the ECCU there's a digital transformation agenda that is being rolled out, and Dcash is a very critical aspect of this, because if you want to move digital, it cannot be in some areas and not others. So therefore, the Dcash, the whole Dcash project is a critical component as we move towards full digital transformation of the ECCU economies. And so that gives you a general overview of how Dcash, what Dcash is, how it is used, what is the thought process behind Dcash, and how Dcash can play a role in the whole transformation agenda for the ECCU. Thank you, Kiran.
Thank you. Thank you, Charmaine, and thank you so very much for such an insightful session. And would like to once again welcome our attendees joining us via various mediums on Facebook, social media here, and encourage you, and are happy that you're taking advantage of such an intuitive learning session on our Dcash pilot project. And today we've seen quite a few questions coming in. Persons are quite excited. And Charmaine, we invite you to tell us more. One of the first questions out the gate is there a transaction minimum and maximum? Persons want to know how much they need to be able to spend and to open a wallet.
So in terms of the minimum and maximum, so there is no minimum. So you can transact as little as 5 cents, or you can transact as high as up to, say, $10,000. However, when it comes to the maximum, it's based for the registered base, and I'll explain the registered base to give some context. So registered base wallet users are those persons who join the pilot through their financial institutions. So they fill out the online application via the app, and they are reviewed by their financial institution, and there are set wallet limits. So the wallet limits that are assigned to an individual is based on their risk profile. So as an existing customer of a financial institution, you're assigned a particular risk profile. So we have 3 wallet limits for the registered-based customers, and those wallet limits are determined, so where a customer falls in those wallet limits is determined by their risk profile. So once you have that determined, then your maximum spending is determined by your wallet limits. And for value-based as well, there are limits based on the information that you provide. So there are 2 limits for the value-based wallet. The lower limit is based on basic KYC, know your customer information, and the higher limit is based on additional information provided. And so when it comes to the maximum, it is based on the wallet limit, but there is no minimum for spending.
Thanks, Charmaine. Thanks for clarifying that. So persons, you've gotten the response. There's no limit, no minimum, and it's accessible to all. One of our main objectives with the Dcash pilot is to, limit or reduce financial exclusion and to encourage most of persons who are underserved in our region to access financial services. Another key question which came up, and as we stand strong with all our citizens and sisters and colleagues in St. Vincent and the Grenadines at such a challenging time, persons are asking and are eager to know, is the technology resilient enough to withstand such a disaster? Now, Charmaine, you're free to give an oversight and overview of with the resiliency built into our platform, as well, and how can we assist the residents of St. Vincent and the Grenadines via this pilot initiative?
Okay, thanks, Kieran. So in terms of the resilience, we have several redundancies built into the system to ensure that it remains up and running 24/7. The only limitation that would exist currently is the availability of Wi-Fi, internet access, given that internet access is required to settle transactions. And that is an issue that we know pervades the entire ECCU in terms of internet accessibility and reliability. And we are working with the ISPs, internet service providers, to ensure that we can have a more robust network to support, because it would support not only Dcash but the entire digital transformation agenda that we are trying to push for the region. So the limitation would be the availability of internet access for the settlement of transactions. As it relates specifically to the St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we have started the process of fast-tracking the implementation of Dcash in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So at the launch, we did indicate that we are moving to the other 4 countries, and we have a target of September 2021 to have all 8 countries on board. However, given the recent developments in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we have started the process, and we have aggressively started the process to have Dcash in St. Vincent, and we're hoping to have it there by sometime in May. So that's our timeline that we've given ourselves, given that we want to ensure that the citizens of St. Vincent and the Grenadines have options available to them in the wake of what has happened recently. So we are actively pursuing that to have it ready by May.
Thanks for that detailed overview and explanation, Charmaine. And another question that just came through: is there a procedure to delete or unsubscribe my Dcash wallet as a user?
So as a user, you can in fact disable your wallet. Your wallet can in fact be disabled, so you can be disabled. If you have a registered based wallet, it can be disabled by the financial institution, or an value-based wallet, it can actually be disabled by the agent which would have onboarded you in the process. So there are procedures in place that your wallet can be disabled. So if, for example, you feel it's been compromised for whatever reason, so for example, somebody got your password to your wallet, or you think you can have your wallet disabled until you're able to rectify the issue.
Thanks, Charmaine. And persons are asking, are there any costs associated? We see some questions coming in, and Charmaine would have explained previously that there are no costs associated with the use of the Dcash during this pilot. And as we contemplate rolling out and customizing the commercialization, of the digital currency, these are all being taken into account because of our key overarching strategic objectives, which are imperatives for the transformation of the ECCU economy, that the cost of transactions remain low, relatively low, to enable access and availability to our citizens. And we know there are several other frictions in terms of the time, and this is the time it takes to execute transfers and transactions. This is why our tagline was very carefully crafted as safer, cheaper, and faster. And one more thing, Charmaine, can you tell us some more about the e-commerce functionalities that you mentioned earlier?
Okay. Just before I go into that, Kieran, just to go back on the point of the costs, one of the things that we have been discussing is, as you say, going the commercialization of the Dcash, because we have underscored that for the purpose of the pilot, the use of Dcash is free. However, even as we go to commercialization, we have indicated that the cost has to be significantly lower than what currently exists for other payment methods. And one of the ways that we have ensured this is the fact that the ECCB has borne the upfront cost for the infrastructure, which is a big chunk of what the cost is for a solution of this nature. And so by doing that, we are ensuring that the cost of Dcash post-pilot remains minimal. As it relates to the e-commerce functionality, the e-commerce functionality is being able to use Dcash online. So we have utility companies and other businesses that offer online payments. And so once we have completed the development process for the e-commerce, what it will allow is for persons to be able to use the Dcash, so from the Dcash wallet, make online payments. So currently, when you go to an online portal, it says select Visa or MasterCard as a payment method. So what you will see is Dcash being included as a payment method, and you're able to use your Dcash from your wallet to make payments online for whether it's utilities or other services which are offered by merchants.
Thanks, Charmaine. And just to assist our attendees here today and the persons across the ECCU listening in, the question here is the ability to access Dcash. Is it only via smart devices? And part two, how will persons be able to put cash on their Dcash wallet to transact?
So yes, Dcash is accessible via a smart device. It's going to be a tablet or a smartphone. So, because it requires downloading an app from the App Store, whether it is the Google Play Store or the Apple Store. So a smart device is required for Dcash. Now, there are two ways by which persons can add Dcash to their wallets. For those persons who have registered base wallets, and just for the benefit of those who may not have heard it earlier, a registered base wallet is for those persons who onboard or who join the pilot via a financial institution. So in completing the online application, once the app is downloaded from the App Store, there's an option to sign up with a code. There's a code that is provided by your financial institution. So once you're an existing customer of a participating financial institution, they will provide a code which you will enter and complete the online application, which is and it's basic information, your name, address, account number. And that account number will be used then by a financial institution to do their KYC or your Know Your Customer review, and they will approve the application. Once the commercial bank or credit union approves the application, then what happens is that you can now transfer funds from your existing account at that financial institution to your Dcash wallet. So whether it's a savings account or checking account, whichever account that you have indicated on your application, that account will then be used now to transfer funds from your account to your Dcash wallet. And so you can do it via your mobile banking or your internet banking, whichever one you choose to use, or you can actually go into the bank and make that transfer. But it can be transferred from your wallet, from your account, to your Dcash wallet. Now, for value-based customers, those are persons who do not have a bank account or whose financial institution is not participating in the pilot. They onboard or they join the pilot via an agency where they complete the online application using sign up without a code, and then the agency does the check, the Know Your Customer check based on the information provided, and they would approve the wallet. In these instances, given that your wallet in this case is not linked to any bank account, you will have to take physical cash to an agent or to a merchant that offers that function of exchanging cash for Dcash, and then they will take the physical cash from you and load your Dcash wallet with the equivalent. So there are two methods by which you can actually fund your wallet. Now, persons who have registered base wallets can also use that method as well. So they can choose to take physical cash to a merchant or an agent and exchange for Dcash. But they also have the option of transferring from their account, unlike value-based customers who just have the option of using physical cash.
Great, Charmaine. Great information here. So everyone is fully aware of how to go about crediting, funding your wallet, and transacting via either the value-based wallet or the registered-based wallet options. Now, there's a bit of concern, and I do identify with persons who may not have devices state-of-the-art or cutting technologies. You know, some persons do say, what allocation has the ECCB made for persons who may not be able to have the right type of smart devices? Will they be excluded if they do not have the right features on the phones to download and use such an app? What kind of accommodation would you say have been made for those persons?
What we have done, Kiran, is that we've made sure that the solution is such that the most basic smartphone can be used for Dcash. So we're not asking to have the iPhone 11 or the S20. A simple smartphone that can scan. Once you can scan, to enter, it has a camera, That's all we're asking for, the most basic smartphone, because we realize that person will not necessarily have high-end, everybody will have a high-end smartphone, so we try to ensure that the solution is sufficiently simple, that the smartphone with basic features can in fact participate in the pilot.
Thanks, Charmaine. So there you have it, folks. We are facilitating all users and ensuring that anyone can participate. And we know we definitely do have a very high penetration rate in terms of mobile devices in the region. So we definitely hope to see an uptick in the use after this detailed session and information on the digital cash pilot. The enrollment so far has gone very, very well, and the ECCB is certainly proud of this deployment 2 weeks in. Another concern is that of risk, and Charmaine, you would have touched on that earlier. So what would you say in terms of the AML-CFT risks associated with digital payments when it comes to the legislative requirements and regulation? Is it sufficiently robust?
Yeah, Kieran, yes, one of the things that we made sure of when we were doing this Dcash project is to ensure that all regulations and legislation as it relates to AML, CFT, that is anti-money laundering, and counter-terrorism financing, that those will not relax. Because one of the concerns that we have heard over and over again is Dcash being used for illicit activity. So the same monitoring that is required for current transactions applies to Dcash. So if an individual has a Dcash wallet and they're onboarded through a financial institution, their transactions will be subject to monitoring, and the financial institution is required to report as they would on the normal circumstances. So we have made sure that the legislation is sufficiently, that currently exists, applies to Dcash. Now, of course, as we go, there's always room for improvements. As we go through the process and we see that there are any challenges, we will adjust accordingly to make sure that we are adequately covered. But for now, we are comfortable that the existing AML, CFT regulations and legislation are sufficiently robust to cover Dcash transactions.
Great. That is certainly comforting to know that there were no waivers in terms of regulation, oversight, and supervision, as which does not forsake the integrity of our ECCU financial system. And we have a few more minutes before we wrap up this session. And a very insightful question came in terms of an overview of the transaction dispute process in terms of the liability for fraudulent transactions via the digital cash system.
So, Kieran, one of the things first thing I would say is that we are using a permission-based blockchain. And what that means is that everybody who is on the blockchain is known. And so that is important, because if we were to compare to other digital systems where the players are not necessarily known, so for example, if you're we know everybody has to be approved to join the network. So the first thing is that if persons are transacting, we know who is transacting. Now for blockchain transactions, they cannot be reversed. So an opposite transaction would have to be initiated to correct a transaction that is done. But to the extent that we know who is transacting, then both parties would have to, agree to reverse the transaction or to do the opposite transaction. Of course, if it gets to the point where it has to go to be escalated and there has to be litigation, it will go to that point. But firstly, because we know all the players are known, it makes it easier to address disputes as they arise.
So this takes us into privacy. Persons do have a concern in terms of their privacy in using such, just the internet and Internet of Things is a big thing now. And can you expound on that? Knowing that the underlying technology, persons are verifiable and known, and if need be, can be identified. And before you go into that, we'd like to remind attendees here and persons listening that the same which currently applies in the current financial system, where you would escalate or investigate an issue, still applies for the Dcash system. So Charmaine, can you tell us a bit on privacy before we wrap up?
Right, so in terms of privacy, one of the things that we underscore is that, firstly, all the data on the blockchain is encrypted. So no individual can just go and interrogate the blockchain and see transactions and know who transacted. So that's the first thing. Secondly, we have maintained the relationship between individuals and their financial institutions. So if necessary, if needs be, a financial institution can do further investigation into a transaction if it is required to do so. However, they can only do that for their customers. So it will not be, they can just arbitrarily go and look at any transaction. I have to be their customer onboarded with them for them to go and investigate a transaction. And then once they have done that, they cannot just go and share the information arbitrarily either. There has to be a legal requirement for them to do so. So all the safeguards that currently exist with respect to regular accounts also apply to Dcash, because we recognize that data privacy is very important. Persons that want to be assured that the information is just not just there open to anyone who can see what they're doing. So the encryption is the first part of it. So it's encrypted end to end from when the transaction starts to when it's end. It's fully encrypted, and it can only be you can go behind the encryption and do further investigations if required to do so. But that in and of itself is also limited as to who can actually do that.
Thanks, Charmaine. And we are coming to the end of our session, and would like to say thank you so very much, Charmaine, for the 101 session on Dcash. And through this masterclass, we leave attendees here today with some key learning outcomes in terms of a description of Dcash, the underlying blockchain technology, and the permission-based nature of it. We also leave you with a brief overview of the benefits, use, and key features of Dcash, and what it means for the ECCU as we work on the innovative transformation and improving our resilience of the financial system. So to the ECCB and from the ECCB and our partners here, we'd like to thank all persons in attending. And Charmaine, I'm not sure if you have a few words in closing.
Just to say, Kieran, that the Dcash is a game-changing solution for the ECCU. And if we're going to compete effectively on the world stage, we have to be willing to take that quantum leap. And so the ECCB has invested in this solution to take the citizens of the ECCU to the next level. So it's just to encourage all citizens, both individuals and businesses, to be a part of this revolution and to use it now to take us to the next level so we can compete effectively on the world change and be part of the whole digital transformation that is occurring worldwide.
Thank you, Charmaine. And to this, we come to the end, and I say to you, let's continue to make history together. And attendees, please remember how to log out of this session and join the next upcoming session via the vFairs platform, where you go to the agenda and you could select join session as soon as the session has started. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 5th Growth and Resilience Dialogue being hosted by the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. And the 5th Growth and Resilience Dialogue is being hosted under the theme Food Security and Digital Skills and Jobs. I am pleased to have you join us for our masterclass this afternoon. My name is Karina Phillips-Somerset with the ECCB, and I'll be moderating our session this afternoon. We're going to be focusing on technology, risk-taking, and innovation to advance digital education and entrepreneurship. Our discussion this afternoon will be led by our distinguished panelist, Mr. Kirk Anthony Hamilton, who is an architectural designer turned entrepreneur, investor, community curator, and founder of Infinity Partnership, Inc., Tech Beach Retreat, and the Destination Experience. Mr. Hamilton is on a mission to build a new global business ecosystem for the Caribbean with platforms designed to attract investment, innovation, influence, and big media to the region with an aim to capitalize new enterprise and wealth creation opportunities. Mr. Hamilton has been named one of the emerging global entrepreneurs by President Obama, and he also was selected as one of 50 global shapers to participate in the annual meeting of the World Economic Forum. So we know he has much expertise and knowledge to share with us this afternoon. So without further ado, I'm going to invite Mr. Kirk Anthony Hamilton. Mr. Hamilton.
World and we look at the future. When we look at the current state of affairs in the world and we look at the future, we tend to look at it as we are here trying to build a car when we really need to be building rocket ships. And the reality of our new world is that the skill sets that many of us have been armed with do not allow us to thrive in the new economy. Sorry, I was getting a don't allow us to thrive. What I think the most critical skill set of the new world will look like is actually relatively broad-based, but fairly simple. Ultimately, people need to be armed with the thinking set to be able to problem solve. Our approach to our general day-to-day lives in this part of the world is not one of identifying and then solving problems. And ultimately, what is happening in the global landscape is through the fourth industrial revolution, we are seeing an increased overlap and merger of industries in a way that the world has never seen before. So it is going to be very difficult going forward for people to operate within these fairly straightforward skill sets such as marketing or accounting, etc. But instead, people will need to be able to solve problems across the board. But ever so often, there's a feedback that's coming in. If anyone can even drop something in the chat, I hate to disturb it, but it keeps on coming into my. Okay, so I'll continue. So as I was saying, the key skill set of the future is going to be problem solving. And that is the set of tools that we're going to need to arm our young people and others with as we move forward in the modern world. The focus tends to be on this idea of technology and innovation, which I think is often misunderstood as a concept. Into a ourselves in a space of young people taking courses. People with your solution, people when you reach them. So one of the examples I typically give is that in many instances, I'm sure we've heard of people trying to produce digital wallets, for example, in the Caribbean. And I know that the central bank currently has a product on the way, a pioneering product for the world when it comes to this. But we've also seen many products that haven't gotten as far as what they're aiming to deliver. The challenge typically is that instead of problem solving, what a lot of us tend to do is we focus on simply creating a digital version of a product or process that we're seeing in the marketplace. And the reality of going forward is that linear approach to solving problems simply doesn't work. We have to be able to take problems, dissect them, redeliver them into the market, but with a look of exponentially increasing the impact that we then have on the people who are utilizing that product. That is a very different train of thought to earlier stage approaches to business and entrepreneurship, where someone would simply try to figure out a relatively straight path to taking a product from either the source being the earth, or taking some raw materials to create something and then putting it out into the market. And I hope you can understand the difference that I am speaking to when you talk about, the difference between maybe bottling milk to be safe for consumers through a direct delivery model where they just go to a supermarket to buy it, and a technology product that aims to then allow more people beyond any geographic limitations to buy that same box of milk. Two different mindsets in approach. So the example I was going to give earlier was that in many instances in the region and around the world, we've seen failed exercises around building digital wallets. My personal belief as to why those products have failed is that in many instances, what the producer has aimed to do is to simply digitize the process of payment, right? Which really doesn't help anyone. So I usually say to folks that at the end of the day, if I've been comfortable going to the market with my cash in hand to go and buy my produce every Saturday morning, very rarely is that consumer's complaint the idea of having to have cash. But typically in the eyes of the innovator who tends to approach things from their own self-interest, and that ends up being a mistake in many instances. But when you approach from your own self-interest, you think of it as cash is inconvenient and it doesn't help me. But that is not the mindset of the wider mass typically, because they've been using cash for decades, which is why it's often difficult still, despite the capabilities of the digital realm, to get people onboarded onto these platforms. So rethinking money is more important than creating a digital version of money. And ultimately, what we need to be able to do is arm people who are then going to be given this digital cash with a greater level of resources at their fingertips through this medium than simply the ability to pay. Because again, the inconvenience for most is not the idea of going to the market with cash and therefore being able to do it with a phone instead makes it that much easier. That's not really solving much for anyone. But instead, where people find value is things like the record of their transactions, their ability to use that record to, apply in other areas of their lives, the ability to pay through seamless methods online for products that they otherwise would typically have to transport themselves towards, etc. So we have to be thinking of convenience at a much greater scale in order to drive the kind of impact that we'd ultimately be looking for. And I would say that is the underpinning of what has been advising education. When we talk about taking the entities that we're ultimately aiming to either mimic or create our own success stories, of similar scale. There is a reality is that, new normal landscape. And my message is not one of doom in that regard, in the sense that I do believe very, very much that people can be reskilled, people can be retrained. And depending on the capacity that you're operating in, oftentimes we think of reskilling in a way that makes it seem quite daunting, when in many instances it can actually be simple. There isn't a need for everyone in the world necessarily to know how to code. Understanding technology is not the need to understand how to code or how to create technology products on your own. And I think that is a major misgiving of the current narrative that tends to go around, that creates this fear for many when you start talking about change and transformation. Because in many instances, people think that what is supposed to happen is they now all of a sudden have to understand how to build what is already there. When it comes to transformation, I believe that a lot of the tools that we need have been thought out very well by bodies around the world, and implementation is now the key. And arming a group of people with the ability to build is very different than trying to get everyone to have the same skill sets. Because going forward, more than ever, what we require are multidisciplinary approaches to solving any problem. You'll notice more and more they really never used to. Like I was mentioning earlier, if you're in marketing now, the way that you have to think about product has shifted significantly. And even the person who has the technical skills to build product has to be thinking well beyond the stage of simply designing the product, but also on the end of delivery. They also have to be thinking about what marketing will look like. They have to spend way more energy on usability and research and creating the right fit for the global consumer. Right? What we'll notice is that around the world, based on the increasing capacity of technology, what is starting to happen is that people are demanding better and better products from our markets. And so we then, in the region, often are challenged by this demand, but in many instances, people don't acknowledge it or realize it because we tend to operate in this isolation that says that we are separated. But then what is often not measured is our ability to reach out beyond the shores of our islands, get what we would like, or whoever else. We have to work to fix it. Press authoritarian pressure on the consumer by simply telling them that they cannot have what they desire. And in order to build these products, we need to arm our people with the market. We do not build enough as we again losing out in the way that we have in other eras of time to global forces that, while we don't have to cross our borders with an imported product, global forces that are creating what our people ultimately consume. And naturally then, from a sustainability standpoint, our governments, etc., are not able to feed off of sufficiently the tools of or the systems of productivity that we're aiming to design. Requirement to take a stab at driving innovation through simply embracing individuality and creativity. What I've seen in our landscape over the years as I have pursued entrepreneurship, and I think I am a testament to everything that I speak about in the sense that, you would have heard in my introduction, I am an architectural designer turned entrepreneur and investor. And I would argue that I've been reasonably successful. I've participated in a lot of innovative exercises, innovative businesses, etc. And system. and energy to the efforts that I have put out. Look nothing like this today. Those who are daring enough to dream of tomorrow in our market typically struggle to find embrace. Oftentimes, what entrepreneurship ultimately is a serious expression of individuality that then happens being that the market is too fertile. Help someone with testing innovation. So what happens in the Valley often is that there are many ideas that take off, like a rocket ship in their initial stages within the confines of San Francisco and the Bay Area, but then they struggle when they leave that marketplace because they don't similar fertile. Exist in a space where he has to hear about any more. He was titled Global Delivery Company. And as abstract as that might sound, in Silicon Valley, that would have been something normal. In our market, someone would likely be bashed by presenting ideas such as this. And that is a hurdle that I think we need to cross and get over in order to fulfill our potential. We are going to need to shift away from this realm of creating physical space, which is what we operate in. We're seeing it now with what is happening in St. Vincent, for example. And, it's interesting for me as someone who spends most of his time between Jamaica and Barbados. For the first time in the history that I know, we are seeing the effects of a natural disaster in one country wherein it is amplified in terms of its economic effects in another country. So usually, we pray for those in Jamaica or Cayman or Barbados in a way that no one predicted or expected, and the economic effects are of significant magnitude because people are not able to move because our entire economies are built in the physical realm. So I think this highlights the huge opportunity that is in front of us to build out the new digital realm, which is where we are going to want to exist as the world continues to move forward. And the reality is that this is what people are now building. Sometimes the virtual presentation thing is a little bit tricky sometimes because you can't fully understand what is on the other side. But at the end of the day, some of this ends up sounding cliche, but the reality being that we're not seeing the frantic movement that we're seeing in other parts of the world towards building out the digital realm. We're simply not seeing that in the Caribbean in the way that we would like to. And there is this intersection that we need to figure out how to break, in that there are people out there who want to build these things, and they're trying. but they struggle because there's no ecosystem in which their ideas are made to flourish. And so they're eager to find that space where these thoughts and these visions and these hopes for themselves can find a level of fertility that can allow it to go through the layers required to start from nothing and turn into something. We're moving from an era where in our market, the term entrepreneurship is extremely unique, because there was a time in the Caribbean where what is called entrepreneurship really was basically the idea of being a merchant, right? Buying a product, a physical product from overseas, fully packaged, marketed already. In many instances, global awareness campaigns exist around these products and such, and importing them to our shores, and then placing those into the market and trying to find market share. There is a big difference between being a merchant and being an entrepreneur. And the skill sets necessary for both are very different as well. So when you think about the entrepreneur, especially in the digital space, you're now from nothing trying to create a product, identify a market, get that market can touch. And wherein we really need to rethink if we want these people to be able to then be successful, because they really are our future, the tools that we arm them with. Because very often the way entrepreneurship and risk-taking and these things are viewed is through the lens of happenstance, as if it's by mistake. And while there's always luck and spontaneity in any level of success, we also have to realize where landscapes are designed for success, and that is what we're competing with. So the story of the guy in the garage who comes up with the idea and works in his basement on this idea and all of a sudden now runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation, when you're able to peel back the layers behind that, you often find that there are a lot of inputs that were by design that allows this person or these people to get to where they want to. And we need to stop operating on the basis of hope that one day someone in the Caribbean from their rural homes at the foothills of a mountain or somewhere like that is just gonna come up with it and all of a sudden, start seeing success because it's on the internet, as opposed to finding the mediums to arm these people with the skill sets and the tools to actually be able to be successful in the realm that they're trying to exist in. For my story, and I'll close here, I went to school originally in Jamaica. And then my family moved to Barbados when I was about 12 years old, which is where my history on that island started. And then I was fortunate to be a tennis player, and I played quite competitively when I moved to Barbados. So that allowed me to visit islands around the region and be exposed to what is actually happening in our markets. That is something that I think is missing from the experience of just about 99% of Caribbean people. We are not exposed to each other. We don't know how other territories operate. And so regional expansion has been a far-fetched dream, except for a few. Following my tenure in between Barbados and Jamaica, when it came to high school and elementary school, I moved on to college in the US, where I studied architecture at a school by the name of the Savannah College of Art and Design, which I believe was my fertile ground. The reason being is that despite my rigid Caribbean background and my focus on grades and the typical metrics of success that we point to, I ended up in this environment with what I usually call a large group of misfits, right? If you were to take the people that I went to school with in the US and put them into the Caribbean, they would likely get shunned in many environments. They would be looked at as awkward or weird, etc. But I often say that they taught me how to dream, because the dream that I was given within our context, not to bash on it, but unfortunately was that I can be anything I want to be as long as it is a doctor, a lawyer, an accountant, and at the far end, an architect. It was actually seen as a big ambition that I wanted to be an architect. When I went to my college, I delivered great projects in every instance and got A's all the time because I thought that was the right thing to do, and I thought that's how the system worked. The kids around me delivered these very, what I thought at the time to be impractical projects, right? Sometimes they got A's, sometimes they got other grades. Many of them, though, were quite successful in doing this. And what I learned from them was, while I looked at what can be built in the current realm, they were looking at the world they wanted to see. So they had no issue presenting this very abstract visual, because at the end of the day, they're not trying to propose what can happen now. They're proposing what they believe can happen. And so I tend to say to people that I operate in my businesses with a lens that says, I'm not focused on the Caribbean that I see today and the physical realm that I see when I look or step outside, but I'm focused on the Caribbean that I would like to build. I think you had said half an hour for the presentation, so I will break right here.
Thank you, Kurt. That was quite an enlightening presentation. And it challenged a lot of the notions that we have. For example, and I'm making note, thinking about problem solving as one of the key skills that we need to develop as we are already in the fourth industrial revolution, the digital age, and moving away from digitizing processes to now actually seeking out the problem and trying to address the deficiency and increasing our impact on the users of that system or our solution. So for those who are just joining us, I want to welcome you to our masterclass, which is part of the 5th Growth and Resilience Dialogue. We've been discussing technology, risk-taking, and innovation to advance digital education and entrepreneurship. We've just heard from our distinguished panelist, Mr. Kirk Anthony Hamilton, who is an entrepreneur. And we've been discussing this topic in the context of the move of the Caribbean into this digital age. What is required? What risks do we need to take? What educational backgrounds and skills do we need to develop in order to, for us to successfully transition into this age? And just to highlight a few of the points that Mr. Hamilton raised, what he said was that there are, of course, new skills needed for us as we go into this digital age. And key one is problem solving, and not just, as he said, when we think of technology often, we think of taking a process and just digitizing it, but we should seek to expand our thinking, really get into the cusp of the issue, and then increasing our impact on those who use it, just not simply digitizing it. And to help hasten this, to get this in the minds of our people, there needs to be a revamp of our education at all levels. I know when we often think about new skills or a new system that needs to be implemented, we often go to the grassroots level, and it's easy to think that way. But what he has said is that we need to address it overall, so that all members of the population can be impacted and ushered into this new age. And as we are doing that, there's not a need, as we talk about transformation and change, for everybody to have the same set of skills, but we need to arm certain groups who are able to carry different facets of this new skill set around society. So we've had persons joining us via Zoom as well as social media, and I'm going to go to one of those questions now, Mr. Hamilton. Said you've spoken about the difference between merchant and entrepreneur and the difference between skills and enabling environment. which are needed. So it says it would be useful if you to outline the different mindset skills and competencies needed, as well as the enabling environment to enable the growth and success of the entrepreneur. So basically, as you've spoken about, the different skill sets and the difference between a merchant versus an entrepreneur, what are the competencies and skill sets needed to help engineer this enabling environment to foster growth and the success of the entrepreneur? Kirk?
Yes. So, firstly, I think you mindset and environment. I'll speak to this in a few different ways. We tend in the region to focus a lot on what is a trending term in human capacity development. Is human capital empowerment. Because where we are starting from at the regional level is a place where in many instances our people have operated for, I would have to argue decades, and I can only in some instances speak to a relatively severe experience in terms of what I think happens here in Jamaica, for example. But the reality is, when you look at of the Harvard, Stanfords, etc. of the world, and you think of those as fertile grounds, what makes them that? They're fertile grounds because not only are they able to choose the best and the brightest, which is one thing, but more importantly, they sell a constant message of you are the best. I don't think we operate enough with that space of encouragement that people actually require in order to. Environment in itself is often one that is quite harsh. It is one that is difficult for many to navigate, and we need to be able to move into a space where we allow people to operate in empowered ways that would then allow them to assert themselves and really pursue their ultimate visions, right? And you see it every day, I think, in the Caribbean. So I really do hope that this resonates with people around and isn't taken as some kind of an insult on the region as opposed to what it really is. I think that is one of the most powerful things that we need. Empowering our people with a mindset that says you can be successful and that the dream is actually yours to live with, right? In terms of going beyond that, when you talk about the difference between being a merchant and being an entrepreneur, there's a certain level of ambiguity that entrepreneurs have to be able to exist in before they find a level ground and success, right? And so again, the enabling environment would allow people. If I identify a product overseas that's globally marketed, has significant PR, is well designed by some of the best engineers or whoever else it may be in the world, best food producers and such like that, and I import that into our shores. Oftentimes, what I'm relying on is the level of awareness that our market likely already has of that product. When you're starting from nothing, there's a very big difference in approach that is required. And very often, what we miss out on is that space that entrepreneurs need to figure out the fit for their product. There's also a runway that is necessary. And so you hear about this with Silicon Valley valuations all the time when it comes to tech companies, right? This idea that the company hasn't made any money, but they've raised X amount of dollars. I am not here as a necessary proponent of that culture. I'm not trying to say that that is the best approach to doing business. It may not be, but we have to have some level of flexibility and room for the idea that if I'm going to build a transformative product, it may take me a bit more time and I may require a different financial construct to be successful than the other way around, right? So I need to be able to spend some time actually creating what I'm going to go out and sell which is not the typical approach to business that you'd find in many other instances, right? Because at the end of the day, in the physical space, even if I don't have the perfect milk box, I can start with the milk, find a way to sell it, and going down the road, I can design the packaging, things can come, and we can get to where we need to get to. It's a little bit more difficult in technology, even though as an entrepreneur, I must encourage everybody to start where they are and, pursue putting the product out there, even if you don't have everything perfect. But there's a difference in reality in terms of the effort to build what you will then see in the global landscape once someone is able to launch, and then giving, like I said earlier, that flexibility to people to have some ambiguity around what they're delivering, because that's truly innovation, right? And especially at the enterprise level, that's where a lot of organizations struggle, because you have to be able to arm people with the ability to experiment internally in order to then drive true innovation and transformation. And oftentimes we don't allow that to happen inside of larger organizations as well. So I hope that answers the question.
Kirk. Thank you, Kirk. Yeah, I think a lot of what you said goes to the need that we need as a region to really transform the way we think and how we see ourselves in the future. One of the key points you spoke about was, the regional experience, and that a lot of us are not afforded the opportunity to really have it for ourselves. So then even envisioning what our product, our possible marketing and revenue generating avenues can be is severely limited just by that lack of being able to see and experience different cultures. So it really does call for us to open our minds and envision, as you said in the start, when we are thinking about building a car, we really need to be thinking about building a rocket ship. So we hope that, as a people, we can expand and transcend to that height. We have about 5 more minutes left. We have another question. Well, it's more in the form of a comment. And our viewer says, it's important to point out that as an entrepreneur, one should seek to sell the problem one is trying to solve, as opposed to the product or service. So highlighting the importance of selling the problem you're trying to solve rather than the product or services. What points are you trying to solve? What are the pain points that you're trying to solve? What unmet need are you trying to satisfy? And then the question is, how can we repackage existing systems and technologies to solve issues? You spoke about instead of digitizing a process, really repackaging and problem solving. So how can we repackage existing systems and technologies to solve issues?
Wow. Okay, so that's a big one for 5 minutes. But what I would say is, firstly, I'm not going to say it's an interesting comment. And I think there's a gentle balance. So I am in agreement in some regard with the first part in terms of this idea that you're not selling the product, but you're selling the problem you're trying to solve. I think especially at certain stages, that is the difference in mindset that entrepreneurs do have to carry. So in that regard, I totally agree, because when you're building a new product, especially when you're building something that your market has never seen, very often, the journey starts with trying to help people to understand a system that as you see it is broken, or a process that you see as broken, that for the large majority of people, they don't see it as such, right? And that is not to say it's not broken, right? The reality is that we have a lot of inefficiencies, but when you spend decades within inefficiencies, it's very hard to see them as such, and very often they then become the norm. So when people come to the table with new solutions that ultimately aim to replace that process, and the idea is that it's supposed to make it easier, sometimes you find yourself in a state that says, you have to do this journey of sensitization to help people to understand that there is actually a problem. So even, for example, with my business, or at least one of my businesses in the realm of attracting investors, innovation, etc., into a market that thrives on tourism, right? So pre-pandemic, you have to imagine 5 million people visit Jamaica a year. Millions of other people visit other markets in the region every year. So I'm not in the business of trying to attract a certain amount of tourists, but you would see where it's difficult for most people to immediately see bring people into hotels, they sit on the beach, and then they leave. And more we're talking about this in the region, but when I started, nobody was really talking about it, right? We were very happy with the product that we were selling, and the hotels were doing very well. But what I used to say to people was, if I go to New York, the experience that I'm trying to have in New York and the impact that I as an individual consumer has in New York is very different. For what I was actually trying to achieve, because most people just understand tourism as it is, and they weren't seeing tourism as I thought it should be, right? What I think is very important in entrepreneurship, where people understand the timing, where you switch your narrative in terms of what that person just mentioned, right? So you always have that messaging, I believe, but at some point you have to release the struggle and start becoming the norm, right? And the reason I point that out is, when you look at blockchain and cryptocurrency, for example, the entrepreneurs in that space are always trying to sell the power of that technology. But then you think about what ultimately the technology is supposed to do, and it really is just, in many instances, they're talking about moving money more freely and affordably. And so I say to those entrepreneurs all the time, the truth is 99% of people have no idea how a wire transfer actually works, like what happens in the background to make the money go from A to B. I send money from Jamaica to China. I don't know how it actually gets there. And for most people, it's not of interest. So at some point, you reach that space where you have to simply deliver the product in the way that you're stating it will be, in terms of it's faster, it's cheaper, it's easier, etc. And you push that into the face of the consumer, as opposed to trying to evangelize this new world and this new way of operating that others might not be seeing, because that in itself is a struggle to monetize, right? So I think there's somewhat of a balance that entrepreneurs have to strike, especially when you're operating in these new and trending spaces where people may not have full understanding, because at the end of the day, the average consumer really just wants to know that what they want is done. And that's really it. What I'm buying is produced. That's really it. So I will close on the last part of the question in terms of the, just going back to the level or the ground that we need in order for us to spur this new wave. And it really comes down to having more integrated global ecosystems in our market. I think there is a requirement for us in the Caribbean to start transferring some of that impact that we've had when it comes to tourism into our entrepreneurship space. Because the reality, for fresh ideas to flourish, you really do need a certain density of minds. You need more and more people. I don't think we have enough people, but that is not to stop people from getting where they want to go now and to really get started in entrepreneurship. But the reality is, we need an influx of new minds into these markets. And whether those minds come from creating intersections within the region, or if that comes from creating greater intersections with the wider world, something is necessary to start spurring greater movement for people to be able to start solving problems across the borders, and to actually meet upon thinkers and enablers who can embrace what they're doing, because they're not stuck in that 20 or 30-year cycle that I was mentioning earlier of living with the ineffectiveness, right? So the more people you can find to embrace, what you're doing as, okay, this is actually a good idea, without that struggle of trying to force them into thinking that, the better off any entrepreneur is going to be. That would be what I would say in regard to that last part.
Anthony. We are out of time. There's so much more that we'd like to say and speak about, but thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, your knowledge on technology and entrepreneurship and the risks and mindset changes that we need to embrace in order to capitalize on this digital age. Thank you so much to our viewers joining us via Zoom and Facebook and the YouTube as well for joining us for our masterclass session. We are at an end for this session, but we invite you to visit our website. That's eccb-grd.vfairs.com for information on the next masterclass, which will begin at 3:30 p.m. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony. Mr. Hamilton? For the other one, but we'll be in touch. Thank you again. It was quite enlightening, and we'll be in touch. Crawford, did you hear me? Miss Anthony, we're signing out. Thank you so much again. We'll be in touch, and we're getting ready for our next session. Thank you.
entrepreneurship. So this session promises to be very exciting. We would like your full participation through the submission of questions and comments as we sought to build some form of collective action towards dealing with the challenges that we now face. Remember that if you are posing questions and comments to other participants, then you should use the chat box. If you are posing questions and comments to the presenter, then you can use the question and answer box. We are also being filmed live on Facebook, so we would entertain some questions from our Facebook page. Now, let us get down to the reason why we are here. I have the pleasure in introducing to you Dr. Nicholas Brathwaite. Our esteemed presenter is an inventor. He is also an entrepreneur as well as an international business executive. He is also a founding managing partner of WRVI Capital. And if you've not heard of that firm before, it's a leading venture capital firm that invests in exceptional entrepreneurs and disruptive technologies that help shape the future. In addition to WRVI Capital, Dr. Brathwaite also co-founded Riverwood Capital, a private equity firm focused on investments in high-growth technology and related companies. I now hand you over to Dr. Brathwaite, and after which we would have a question and answer session. Now on to you, Dr. Brathwaite.
Good afternoon, everyone. I assume everyone can hear me. Moderator, can you let me know that if everyone is able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very clearly.
All right. Well, first of all, let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this for inviting me and allowing me to share a little bit of my knowledge and experience with you. And I will try to do so bearing in mind the Caribbean context. So I know there have been many classes and presentations done on these topics of technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship, but I will try to do so from a Caribbean perspective and try to take into consideration the current times and what is required. I am from the Caribbean. I was born in Grenada. I grew up in several Caribbean countries. I actually went to school in Grenada, in Guyana, and in Barbados before migrating to Canada, where I did both my undergraduate and graduate degrees, and then ended up with a career in Silicon Valley. What I hope for you to learn today are the following. What is entrepreneurship and why is it of importance to the Caribbean today? What is innovation and how innovation should be the foundation of many entrepreneurship initiatives, and technology, how technology can be used as a platform for success, not just technology for technology's sake, but technology as a platform for success. Then we'll spend some time excuse me? Did someone say something? I apologize. Then we'll spend some time diving into, what is required to foster an entrepreneurial culture in the Caribbean. I noticed that the video is not sharing because the hosts are not allowing it to be shared. I hope that is okay.
I'd like to see your video, and we are working on ensuring that we can see your screen.
Can you see the screen? Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, I can see it on my end.
Okay.
Can you also show your video?
Well, I'm trying to show my video, but it wasn't allowing me. No, it allows me.
Wonderful, there you are.
Thank you. I apologize for some of these little technical difficulties. Technology is great, but sometimes there are challenges associated with technology. So let me just share a little bit about my journey and why it is I think that I was asked to present this class. I started my career at Intel after I finished graduate school. I started off as an engineer and later on, shortly thereafter, became an engineering manager. I spent 6 years altogether at Intel. 4 of them was in technology development. I left Intel and like many other people in Silicon Valley, was involved in a startup called Nchip. Nchip was an innovative semiconductor related company, which at the time was backed by some of the premier venture capitalists in Silicon Valley. We built a successful company. That company was then sold to Flextronics. I then became the chief technology officer of Flextronics and spent 12 years there, during which time we grew that business from just a little over $100 million of revenue to $36 billion of revenue. We had 300,000 employees around the world. And when I left Flextronics, I became the chairman and CEO of a company called Aptina Imaging, which was again, a leading technology company, semiconductor related. We were the pioneer of the development of chips for imaging, for cameras, automotive. In fact, many of you who have a camera in your car probably used an Aptina chip. And that company was about a $700 million revenue company, but we only had 700 employees. So our revenue per employee was about $1 million, which is among the best in any industry. We had 2,500 patents and we competed against companies like Sony and Samsung, which of course are known for innovation. I co-founded Riverwood Capital, a private equity firm focused on investing in companies who are looking for capital to scale. Some of the companies we've invested in that some of you might be aware of include GoPro. We were the lead investor in GoPro. We've done several investments in Latin America. Globant is an Argentinian company which we invested in, which is now public. Nutanix was a company here in Silicon Valley, also very successful and industrious. Some people of you may know is one of the big competitors to WeWork. I then co-founded WRVI Capital because I wanted to be more involved in early stage companies, where you get involved in early stage startups and help to build businesses. And that's where I'm spending most of my time today. WRVI is, as was mentioned, is considered today a leading VC firm in the tech business. I'll share a little bit more on that with you in a short while. I hold several patents. I don't really follow that too closely, but one of my friends who's a patent lawyer indicated to me recently that he believes I have the number of patents and patent applications in my name are somewhere between 55 and 60. And I've led the development of several industry-leading products. I led the team that developed a number of products that some of you probably know. I have been involved in starting 8 businesses, all of which were successful. And I've served on the board of 7 public companies, including one in India and one in Latin America. I currently serve on 3 public company boards. One is one of the largest insurance companies in the United States, and then 2 semiconductor companies. And I've served on dozens of private company boards in Israel, in China, in India, in Latin America, and throughout North America. So that's my background, and I hope that I can bring some of the learning I have from here to help influence those of you who are looking to either get into new businesses, or those of you who are involved in policies and looking to try to figure out how we can have a better set of outcomes from the entrepreneurial activities in the Caribbean. As I mentioned, I just wanted to share a little bit on WRVI. This is our venture capital firm. This slide shows the performance of over 800 funds coming from 210 different investment firms during the period from 2013 to 2019. This is an independent report, as you can see here from Preqin, and this shows venture capital firms in North America and Europe. And as you can see here, WRVI, our firm, is currently ranked in the top 10% in terms of performance. And I thought I would share that with you because oftentimes when, those of us, especially from the Caribbean, talk about our experiences here, sometimes they tend to be not taken as seriously. We are a very serious global investor. We have our venture capital firm has a total of over 70 companies in our portfolio. And we've had some huge successes. Just in the last 18 months, we sold a company to Intel for $2 billion. We sold a company to Qualcomm for $1.4 billion. We had a company go public in China valued at $11 billion. And we had a company go public here in the US at $5 billion. So we are a very serious investor and our performance is among the best in the world. So now on to the main reason why we're here. That introduction was just meant to hopefully add credibility to why I was invited to do this. The OECS has some amazing sustainable goals. I think they're all fantastic goals. I'm not going to go through each one of them, but I'll highlight some of them. No poverty, innovation and infrastructure, good health for everyone, quality education, peace and justice, and others. These are fantastic goals. And I think the OECS should be commended for these goals. Many of them are aspirational, but I think most of them are achievable. What is really important here is to see an organization like this, really setting good goals and getting away from the tradition that I've seen in the Caribbean of people talking about themes and not being specific. However, as great as those goals are, this is where we are today. There are many challenges facing us. We have low economic growth. In fact, we are experiencing some of the lowest economic growth in the OECS in decades, and the pandemic has made it even worse. Unemployment has been high. In the OECS, 20% over the past decade, and that is likely to increase as a result of the pandemic, and rising poverty. So while we have great goals, we are a long way from achieving those goals. And we are struggling through one of the worst declines in the economy we've seen in recent times. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and that is struggling right now with the volcano as well. It is estimated that during the pandemic last year, between March and December, more than almost 3,000 jobs were lost. And our current projected external account deficit is high, 20% plus, and we still are heavily dependent on tourism. For us to achieve the goals that we are trying to achieve, something has to be done differently. And I would contend that achieving these goals will require the following: increased growth rates of traditional sectors. So this includes agriculture and fisheries, and of course, tourism as well. But we must also identify and develop new economic growth engines. And this is where this whole concept of entrepreneurship, innovation, and technology will be significantly important, but they're also important in the first point that I made, which is increasing growth rate of traditional sectors. To achieve these, we will need to have a maniacal focus on execution, and we will have to increase the velocity at which we execute in the Caribbean. And part of also what we need to do is to leverage the early adoption of technology. And we must foster an entrepreneurial culture in order to achieve these goals.
Dr. Prophet, sorry for the interruption again. We have some issues where certain viewers are not seeing your slides. Your presentation appears to be minimized. So You know, if there's anything you can do to maximize your presentation for the viewing pleasure of all participants, that would be appreciated.
It's maximized on my side, quite frankly. Let me, hold on one second. Let me try to do something here. Has this made a difference? Has this made a change for any of the people?
I will let you know, but you can proceed with the presentation.
Okay.
It hasn't helped.
It hasn't helped? What is their platform that they're using?
Persons are using different platforms, including Zoom and
Are the
Facebook.
people who are not seeing it primarily on Facebook or through your?
It appears to be the Zoom viewers that are having difficulties viewing.
But I'm on Zoom and my slides are maximized. I apologize for that.
Since our time is limited, we do apologize to our participants. We would have to continue, Dr. Brathwaite. Thank you.
I am very sorry about that. So what is entrepreneurship? I think it's important for us to agree on what entrepreneurship is. And my favorite definition of entrepreneurship is this one from Professor Stevenson of Harvard. And it's entrepreneurship is the pursuit of opportunity beyond resources control. The pursuit of opportunity beyond resources control. And what I'd like to do is to break down the pursuit and beyond resources control, because I think I have heard many times where people talk about not wanting to venture out in entrepreneurial activities because they worry they don't have money or they don't have this or they don't have that. And I want to make it very clear that entrepreneurship involves venturing out even when you do not have the resources that you need. But let's start with the term pursuit of opportunity. Pursuit implies a singular, relentless focus. Entrepreneurs often perceive that they have a very short window of opportunity. They are passionate about the opportunity at hand, and they know that they need to show some level of credibility or progress in order to attract the resources that they need. But they are not encumbered by the lack of resources. I list here a few examples, which I'll go through very quickly. Many of you probably know some of these. Fred Smith of FedEx received a C at Yale for outlining the concept of FedEx. The first year, I think he started a business. My understanding is he lost 27 million, and at one point he went out and gambled in order to try to raise money to make the next week of funding. Something like that, the story says. Mr. Honda, who created Honda, was first rejected by Toyota when he came up with some designs for auto parts. But he did not allow that to stop him. James Dyson of Dyson, the vacuum cleaner and other product fame, spent 15 years developing thousands of prototypes, all of which failed until the story is that on his 5,127th prototype, that led to the bagless vacuum cleaner. Milton Hershey, his first candy shop in Philadelphia failed. His second candy shop in New York failed. His third attempt was to sell caramel, and that was successful. And then from that, he was able to create a little business which he sold, and then founded the Hershey Company. There are many examples of entrepreneurs who have had to toil and fail without resources. The story is that Walt Disney, was broke, but passionate about what he was doing. Even so, his first character, Oswald the Rabbit, the concept was stolen. That didn't stop him. He went on and create Mickey Mouse, which led to a lot of the success that we know about. The point is that entrepreneurship requires passion, commitment, and focus as you pursue this opportunity. You've seen many cases. I've had entrepreneurs or potential entrepreneurs come to me and say, I have these 5 ideas I'm thinking of, what do you think? My response is, figure out the one that you feel passionate about, then come and talk to me about it. Now, what does beyond resources control mean? It means that as an entrepreneur, you're always going to have to work within some level of constraint. Entrepreneurs rely on their intellectual capital, their domain expertise, their passion, and their self-belief to help mobilize the resources that they don't have, which includes both human and financial capital. It is the passion, their expertise, the intellectual capital they bring, their self-belief. Those are the things that help them to attract other people to join them in their ideas, as well as the financial resources that are necessary. I argue that in most cases, intellectual capital comes before financial capital. In almost every entrepreneurial activity, intellectual capital comes first, unless you're wealthy, independently wealthy, or you're born into a wealthy family where you either have funds yourself or you have family who would give you money to go play with ideas. So do not let the lack of financial capital be a hindrance. Use your passion, your intellectual capital, your expertise, and your self-belief to help attract the human and financial capital that you need. Nick Woodman of GoPro is a fantastic example. Our firm, Riverwood Capital, was the lead investor in GoPro. When we invested in GoPro, he had raised a total of around $230,000, and the company was already doing $40 million in revenue. Initially, when he came up with the idea of doing this camera, he could not get anybody to support him, and he started the company with a $35,000 loan from his mother. Years later, he was able to get another $200,000 loan from a family member, and he built this company to the point where he was then able to attract institutional capital and professional investors like ourselves. We invested in the company, as I said, when he was doing about $40 or $50 million in revenue. And we led the round that brought $88 million into the company. And 3 or 4 years later, the company went public, valued at $3 billion. Some of you may know the story of WhatsApp. WhatsApp was founded by 2 people, Jan Koum and Brian Acton. They bought an iPhone and realized that this whole idea of the app industry was going to be big. They started a new type of messaging app that would show statuses next to individual names of people, etc. And the early version crashed lots of times. They were eventually able to get a small amount of money from some friends at Yahoo. I think the total they raised initially was $250,000. They declined acquisitions from Google and others, and eventually Sequoia Capital hunted them down. But Sequoia Capital heard about them, and my understanding is Jim Gertz of Sequoia Capital drove around Mountain View trying to find them so that he could convince them to take his money as an investor. He invested $8 million and bought 15% of the company. And many people know how that ended. That company was later on acquired for a value of about $1.5 billion. These are examples that show entrepreneurs that did not allow their lack of financial resources to keep them back. And by pushing forward And through their passion and innovation, they were able to attract the capital that they needed. So what does it take? It takes vision, it takes determination, it takes a form of obsession. You have to be risk tolerant. And I specifically emphasize risk tolerant. Many people think that entrepreneurs are risk takers. That is not my experience. Having been an entrepreneur myself and having been around lots of entrepreneurs and invested in them, I think more accurately, they're risk tolerant. The reason I don't think they're risk takers is because most entrepreneurs actually believe they can do what it is they're trying to do. So to people on the outside, it looks like they're risk takers. To them, it doesn't look like they're taking great risk because they believe in what it is they're trying to do. They're also competitive. They bring knowledge and experience. They recognize that teamwork is important. And by the way, that's really important. Having a team and the team working together. There is no entrepreneurial initiative that I know of that was successful because of just one person. Don't let the headlines fool you. Facebook is not successful only because of Mark Z. Apple was not successful only because of Steve Jobs. Those people were super important. They were the visionaries, they were the drivers, but it always takes more than one person to build an entrepreneurial enterprise. Collaboration is important, not just internally, but also collaboration with others, collaboration with distributors, with customers, with supply chain. Planning is important, and of course, innovation. But underpinning all of that, we need an ecosystem in which entrepreneurship thrives. Here's another definition of entrepreneurship. This is from Peter Drucker. To be considered an entrepreneur, the new business must create a new level of consumer demand or satisfaction. That's very important because in the Caribbean in general, we tend to have a lot of what I call follow fashion business people. One person is successful in a business, 10 others jump in and start the same business doing basically the same things. That is not entrepreneurship if all you're doing is splitting the pie among more people. Entrepreneurship should increase the size of the pie. And I hope those of you who are trying to be entrepreneurs would pay attention to that. Entrepreneurship should increase the size of the pie, not just split the pie over more people. In order to do that, innovation has to be the instrument that drives entrepreneurship. And this is another quote from Peter Drucker, who says, innovation is the specific instrument of entrepreneurship. It is the act that endows resources with a new capacity to create wealth. So that's a good segue to talk about innovation. There are multiple areas of innovation. Many people think when someone talks about innovation, it means technology. It doesn't. There is innovation on products, which I call product differentiation. How do you use innovation to make your product different and better than other products? This could improve performance. It could include features. It could include usability, making it easier to use. It could include dimensions. You make your product smaller than everybody else's. It can include quality. You have a better quality product that gives your customers more satisfaction. Or it could include a portfolio of products that work better together. That's one of Apple's great strengths. Their products just work better together. But you can have innovation also in your business model, your process, the structure of your business, how you network and how you partner, or profit models. All of these are methods of innovation. But you could also have innovation in terms of your sales and marketing strategy, how you engage with customers, how you do branding, what channels you use to get your products into the marketplace, or your service offering. You can revolutionize the way you do service that give you a competitive advantage, and that's a form of innovation as well. The only limit to innovation is the imagination. You can find all kinds of ways to innovate. And as you think about starting a new business, or you think of investing in new businesses, innovation is key. The question we as investors always ask ourselves, and even when I was an entrepreneur, the question we always ask ourselves is, how is this different from what everybody else is doing? And is it sustainable? Innovation is the practical, this is another way to think of it, is the practical implementation of ideas that result in the introduction of new goods or services, or the improvement in the offering of goods and services. And this goes back to the point we made about entrepreneurship, expanding the market, making the pie bigger, not just splitting the pie up between more people. And I wish I had time to elaborate on some of these things, and I apologize, but in the interest of time, I will try to go through these relatively quickly, but I would be happy at any point to be able to get back in another session, or maybe on another platform, or if you have questions, to double click on any of these concepts and elaborate some more. What is technology? Many people, when they think of technology, they think of gadgets or widgets. That's not necessarily technology. I think of technology as the knowledge of techniques, skills, methods, and processes that you apply to accomplish certain objectives. And these objectives could be the advancement of certain capabilities, the development of products, or it could be the expansion of a manufacturing operation that's involved in the production of goods, or it could be in the development of new types of services or capabilities. So when we think of technology, let's take a broader look of technology, because I think by doing so, we will be able to use technology in ways that we do not today use technology in the Caribbean. The technology landscape today is fantastic. And it's one of the reasons why people like me in the technology space, sometimes get attention, because everybody seems to like technology and focus on technology. And technology has changed the world, there's no doubt. And today, we have a technology environment that is more vibrant than probably at any time in the past. We live in a rapidly changing, massively connected, highly competitive global marketplace. Why is that important? What that means is that your markets now could be broader than just your local market. If you live in Grenada, your market doesn't just have to be Grenada, because we've massively connected and we're in a global marketplace. Your market could be not just your neighboring islands in the Caribbean, but your market could now expand to other regions. But conversely, your competition could also come from anywhere. Your competition could come from China. Some of you already see that. Some of you, depending on what business you're on, you're already seeing competition coming in locally from places that in the past would not have been considered to be competitive to your business. Technology has changed the way we live, the way we work, and the way we play. And I have here a list of areas in which technology has impacted us in significant ways, which, in the interest of time, I think many of you have copies of the handouts you can review, and so we not spend too much time on that. So how should we leverage technology to improve business processes? Because I think this is one of the areas that is most lacking in the Caribbean when we talk about building new businesses or expanding existing businesses. And that is, how do we leverage technology as a tool for improving our businesses? In the Caribbean today, most people use technology primarily for entertainment purposes. We have a high adoption of cell phones. You look at this chart, it shows, for example, that in Antigua and Barbuda, there are 2 cell phones for every person. There are twice as many cell phones as you have people in Antigua and Barbuda. And in most of the OECS, you have more cell phones than you have people, which means the adoption rate is at close to 100%. No, it's not, because many people have two phones. But the point is, many people have cell phones. But you look at the percentage of the population that actually use the internet, it's actually relatively low. The numbers, and this is from the World Bank, and this might be somewhat dated, it's 2019, but the numbers suggest that in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, maybe 20% or so of the people are actually actively using the internet. But technology can be used to streamline our businesses. It can be used to improve efficiency, to reduce bureaucracy, to eliminate corruption, to increase productivity, to improve ease of doing business, to reduce costs, to expand market opportunities. There are many areas that we should be thinking of using technology to improve our businesses. And anybody who is trying to start a new company need to be thinking of technology, not to say whether or not it's a technology business they're starting, but to try to figure out how to leverage technology to improve the chances of success of their business. Technology is also a great equalizer. You can start technology-related businesses from anywhere. Here are a couple of examples. I'll just pick a few. But many of you might know these companies. Some of them you probably use their products. Atlassian, an Australian company. Globant, is an Argentina company. That's one of the companies we led the investment in. That became the first entrepreneurial company in Argentina to become public in the United States. It's now valued at multiple $1 billion. Grammarly from the Ukraine, Minecraft from Sweden, Spotify. Many of you use Spotify. I don't know if you know where Spotify came from. It came from Sweden. Skype from Estonia. Nubank is a fintech company out of Brazil. These all indicate that you can now build great technology businesses or great technology-enabled businesses no matter where you are. I have said before, and I'll say it again, there is no reason why one of these types of companies could not come out of the Caribbean, and specifically out of the OECS. But there are specific requirements for success that we cannot ignore. We need to make sure we pay attention to these requirements in order to improve entrepreneurial outcomes. This chart shows the number of new businesses that were registered in the OECS between 2007 and 2016. And you can see that in the OECS between 2007 and 2016, there were almost over 10,000 new companies registered during that 10-year period. I want to make sure people pay attention to this. There were over 10,000 new companies registered in the OECS between 2007 and 2016. The problem we have is that many of these do not result in successful businesses. If these companies had been successful in the way I think of success, we'd have created lots of new jobs. This is an example. If 10% of these companies had been successful, and if only 10% of these companies had hired 25 people each, in the OECS, we would have added 25,000 new jobs over that 10-year period. That didn't happen. So we need to focus on what can we do to help these companies that are being formed to become more successful, at least to help more of them to become more successful. But first, we have to help them avoid some of the typical mistakes that entrepreneurs make. Many entrepreneurs overestimate the size of the market. They overestimate the percentage of that market that they can capture. You know, many times people come and tell me things like, this is a very big market, and if I could only capture 1%, I would have $1 billion business. The problem with that is not that easy to capture 1%. It might sound like a small amount, but every company in the world, every company that exists in the world would like to have 1% more market share than they have today. And they can't get there. So that 1% is not that easy. They underestimate how much it will take and how long it will take to develop their business. They often insufficiently leverage data and insights, especially I see that a lot in our region, but all over the world. Oftentimes, they don't quite comprehend the intellectual capital needs. Everybody focuses on the financial capital needs, but they don't focus enough on the intellectual capital needs and make sure they surround themselves with enough people and the right type of people to help them to be successful. And I want to add here that it is not financial capital that creates value. Financial capital is important, but it's intellectual capital that creates value. Oftentimes, entrepreneurs do not invest enough time studying the competitive landscape. They underestimate the competitive response. They talk about, well, this is what I'm going to be doing, and this is where the competition is. They don't anticipate where the competition is going to be when they get there. So they think about what they will have 2 years from now, and they compare that to what the competition has today. They're not comparing to what the competition is going to have 2 years from now when they will also have their products. They often do not invest enough in sales and marketing.
I do apologize for cutting you short with this very insightful presentation. But in the interest of time, we would appreciate a few questions from the audience. Are you ready to take any of them?
Sure.
So that we could end this session on a wonderful note. Yes. The first question deals with whether the region can leapfrog in such a highly competitive environment.
So repeat the question, please, whether the region can...
The region as a whole can leapfrog into such a very globally competitive environment. And
absolutely, I think the Caribbean has already proven that we can compete in a global environment. We have proven it in sports, cricket and athletics. We have proven it even in some of the businesses we have. You know, Grace out of Jamaica and Massey out of Trinidad compete internationally and are very successful. There is nothing that limits us from competing internationally, globally, except our self-confidence, probably.
I must say that you have a question from one of your childhood friends, that is Dr. Raymond Nurse, and he was referring, he posed this question in the context of the oil and gas industry. And he's asking, you know, how innovators can, you know, attract partnerships, how best should they collaborate and invest in buying technologies on the market which can compete with existing technologies available in the drilling sector.
Well, first of all, I want to say hi to my childhood friend, Dr. Nurse. We've known each other since I think we were probably 11 years old or so, and did everything together, played cricket and soccer and all kinds of things in the guys' hut in St. George's. So I'm not an expert on oil and gas, so I will answer the question more generically. Money is a commodity, and people with money who are looking to invest are looking for great ideas. So whether you're in the oil and gas industry or you're in any other industry, what you have to do is develop the ideas, make sure they're credible, and then sell your ideas. And sometimes it takes selling your ideas to a lot of people. If you have a good vision, and if your vision is viable, and you surround yourself with the right team of people who together can convince people with money that there's a chance, a very good chance for success, you can I think you have a good shot at raising the money to be able to invest in any business, in any venture, no matter what it is. There is no doubt that there is significant oil and gas in the region, especially in the southern Caribbean. And we see what's happening in Guyana and we see other places. The problem is, I believe the biggest problem is we do not really have a well-defined plan for what we want to do and how we want to go about creating businesses out of these opportunities. How do we exploit these resources to create businesses that will return value to shareholders and investors, as well as create value for the entire region? So I'm sorry, I don't have a more specific answer I can give on Dr. Nurse's question, but I think that answer can be applied no matter what the business is specifically.
Now there's a member of the audience, and I'm sure everyone is very impressed by your background. And this person is wondering, you know, how could somebody gain such an impressive background as yours, and how could they thrive in this sector? I know you would have, your presentation would have had some mention of the requirements for success of an entrepreneur. So, you know, we would be grateful if you can end this session on some of the main or key requirements needed for a successful entrepreneur.
But let me start by saying I was a reluctant entrepreneur. I didn't start off wanting to be an entrepreneur, although when I look back at my childhood, I was always getting involved in little things around business. I always had an interest. But I you know, growing up in the Caribbean, in the time frame when I grew up in the Caribbean, people didn't encourage you to be an entrepreneur. They encouraged you to you know, study hard, get a good job, and you know, probably stay there and retire. I came to Silicon Valley, and because of an entrepreneurial culture here, I was dragged into this whole idea of entrepreneurship by other people. And initially I wasn't interested. So most of what I learned about being successful as an entrepreneur, I had to learn. I didn't come in knowing any of these types of things. And you make a lot of mistakes along the way. So I would say that it starts, first of all, with being brave enough to wanting to go out there and do it. And then learning from other people like myself and others through presentations like this, what it takes to be successful, and then surrounding yourself with mentors who can help you avoid many of the mistakes that people make that cause them not to be successful. I didn't get to finish the presentation, but in one of the slides I mentioned that companies don't fail because they run out of money. Companies fail because of the reason why they ran out of money. It's because of the mistakes that were made that caused them to run out of money is why companies fail. And so I think having the right type of people around you, both in terms of your team and mentors, is also very important, because you will never be able to know all of the possible mistakes that can be made and avoid them.
So much for this meeting. I think we could end this session on this note. You've given wonderful advice, and you know, so many persons here are calling for you to have additional sessions on this very important and relevant topic. Entrepreneurship is important to the region in tackling a number of our issues that we face, including the low economic growth, high unemployment, rising poverty. Innovation, as you would have mentioned, has to be an instrument that is, you know, proactively leveraged by entrepreneurs. And when we speak of innovation, we're looking for change. We're not speaking about entrepreneurs producing the same thing that, or selling the same products and services that others are doing. We're looking for, you know, a new level of consumer demand, a new level of consumer satisfaction. We're looking for new products, of course, new goods and services. And your presentation has brought forth the point home that, you know, technology is a platform to improve business processes. So on this note, I would like to thank you so much, Dr. Prophet, and as well as all of the participants for a very enlightening and active session. Please stay tuned for the fireside chat that will occur soon at 4:30. It's a pleasure having you with us, and thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day, and goodbye.
Thank you.
I understand that there is sometimes a delay for everyone to get in, and we don't want anyone to miss out. How were the master classes? We had master classes early in the morning. We just had master classes in this afternoon, different topics, different themes, different areas of interest. Very great discussions. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And if there was any speaker or presenter, any masterclass facilitator that really resonated with you, please let us know in the chat room. I had the opportunity of hopping between the last two masterclasses. Nuriel, she spoke about the do's and don'ts, especially when you're doing digital transformation in the financial sector. And she said that you have to understand your customers more. You have to be more data driven in order to deliver better. You must look at building talent, and there is nothing without good governance. A lot of us are very good at ideation and execution, but we forget that very important part. And then Dr. Brathwaite, who I thought gave me a lot of takeaways. One of the biggest one was that, value is created not by financial resources, but by intellectual capital. He said intellectual capital is more important than financial resources. So if we take the intellectual capital, we add that to domain experience or expertise, we put passion and self-belief with it, then it will mobilize and attract human and financial resources. I thought they were very great facilitators, and I learned quite a lot. So after something like that, we're going to have a fantastic conversation, one that I'm very excited to moderate. It will be with Mindaugas Glodus, Chief Executive Officer, Norway Registers Development AS. And as I mentioned before, he is the CEO of NRD Companies. And previously, he had been working in international corporations and held various sales positions at IBM, and later led the Microsoft subsidiary in Lithuania and the Baltics, while successfully driving subsidiaries' primary responsibilities, consistently meeting annual and quarterly growth and organizational development targets. He had been involved in a number of corporate working groups, an executive member to design new regional organization structure, regional partner network strategy, and talent development. The topic is probably one that many of us in developing countries may not be aware of. It is digital credentials. The fireside chat starts now, and I welcome Mindaugas Glodus to our virtual stage.
Good afternoon, Terry. Well, thank you for such a thorough introduction. Some things I have even forgotten myself about, but
No, thank you so very
all.
much. Thank you and welcome. And for those of you who are watching, of course, if you would like to dive deeper in the bios of our presenters, just simply go to the ECCB portal, meet the speaker, and you can learn so much more about them. So Mindaugas, we are, for the most part, most of our attendees represent islands in the Caribbean region, although we do have other attendees from the UK and Canada and other developed countries. But we do not want to assume that everyone understands all the topics. So when we are talking about digital credentials, what exactly are we talking about?
Well, first of all, let me congratulate you on this event. I've been throughout the day, listened to as many topics as I was able to. Unfortunately, sessions run in parallel, so I was only able to listen to one of them. But I assume that in each single one of them, there has been talk about growth, about resilience, about what needs to happen, what could happen, and what we should do in this challenging environment. I was extremely glad not to have heard COVID-19 mentioned too many times. So I think that people have come over and people have realized that we have to move on. This is not going to change anytime soon. We have to find new ways to interact, and this is what we are doing now over this, virtual means of Zoom. And throughout all the conversations, there has been a technological component of how it is important, to connect the government, to connect the finance sector, to connect the diaspora, to make countries more attractive for investment, to make them less reliant on tourism. I mean, tourism is coming back one day or the other, but it will still have to wait. You have to diversify. And for all that, you have to have good infrastructure. And these days, good digital infrastructure becomes even more important. Now, the fundamental part of that digital infrastructure to function is digital credentials. Now, when we say credentials, everybody probably remembers the first passport they received, the university diploma they received. It's very nice to be able, to respond to paper and have something. We're so used to these things. However, this is all moving digital. And we now know without that, you are in a disadvantage. So we've done quite some work in the region and across the world, working with different registry systems, which are, basically IT systems used for land registries, for business registries, for intellectual property registries, collaterals, and so on, all familiar to all across the world. But unfortunately, we're so used to, walk to the institution, present yourself, present with your paper document, and then you get serviced. But we can't do it now. And when you think about it, even if we could, it would be so much easier to do it over internet. Like so many people today do with banking, with fintech, and with a number of other, particularly private companies. I was, really impressed about the quality of the presentations and the depth of the research, particularly Dr. Justin Ram, when he was talking about the Digital Readiness Index. That was very interesting. But honestly, sadly, I've noticed that on the e-government index, each single country is extremely low, basically suggesting that e-government doesn't exist. Now, the first step to make it exist is to actually digitize your credentials. And, there's a very specific way of how you have to do it. And I don't want to get too technical, but really, when we talk about digital ID, we should not sort of think that it starts and ends by having the digital ID. It actually starts by very basic processes. And the first basic process is to have a solid, a well-functioning civil registration system. It's one of the human rights. It's, it's mentioned in the Sustainable Development Goals that every human being deserves to be registered at birth, deserves to have all his important life events registered until the final, event, until the individual's death. And that individual needs to be identified by a country, from the very beginning of his life. And unfortunately, this is functioning well in very few countries. And across the Caribbean region, the situation is very diverse as well.
Is it because, don't mean to interrupt you, is it because we have, whether it's a cultural issue, do you think it's because we are more reactive than we are proactive? Something has to happen, we have to be, disenfranchised, our backs have to be against the wall before we actually start kicking into action? What have you seen in terms of the education of the masses that has been the most the reason for resistance?
Yeah, well, I think it was Dr. Justin Ram that has mentioned that some research and some attempts have been done in Jamaica, and actually the result was that the population rebelled and they said, this is impinging on our liberties, on our rights, and so on. Well, yes, it can. However, when you think deeply about it, it actually opens up a number of new rights. And before you do that, you have to have a proper legal environment that also supports your privacy. So now, as far as I know, I've done some research in most of the Caribbean countries. The privacy laws are not yet ready. They are they're very misaligned amongst the countries. And I think the regional approach in the Caribbean would be the wisest approach, because the countries are small, the countries are very slow. The movement between countries is very significant, and businesses work across countries. So this legislation needs to be aligned. And once you have proper privacy legislation in place, and today we already have some good examples, like in Canada. Actually, I think that was one of the first countries that have introduced these laws. But now Europe has really some of the best set of laws, which initially have been accepted by many businesses with some reservations, saying this is making our life too difficult. Once it started to be applied, they realized, well, without it, there are too many risks to do that. So once you have legislation that secures your privacy in place, you can do all the digital things. And by the way, it is about building trust, because we know all that in the region there are different stories, there are different cultures, and actually in some countries, trust level has been somewhat criticized, and some of the countries, because of that, find it difficult these days to attract investment, and this absolutely needs to change. So establish laws, then have technology to do it, and then this will gradually build trust. This will bring in another level of security, and I think it will result in the investment.
Fantastic. You mentioned the term security and technology. Those two words just jumped out at me. And naturally, the legal framework, the legislation is so important because it also helps to get that trust that you would need from your population. We cannot help but look at what has happened, where the more we leverage technology, the more we have data, the more we have systems, is the more we have the need for cybersecurity. And so is it that with the resistance not only being legal, but persons saying, hey, hackers are everywhere, scammers are everywhere, people are stealing people's identities already. How do we even help with the trust process if the cybersecurity is still an issue that persons have, resistance with?
But, in fact, if you look from the technological perspective, cybersecurity will now always be with us. This is the pandemic that's not gonna end, because the technologies will evolve, and you will always have evil forces trying to use that technologies to their illicit advantage. But the good guys are following very quickly, and it's being fixed. And if these people that are looking after the safety and security, if these people are supported by legislation, that will only make their life difficult. But saying that we don't want our privacy to be invaded, we don't believe in technology, well, basically, you are falling, inevitably, you're falling behind a lot of other countries. And yes, a number of times it has been mentioned today that the climate in the Caribbean is so good. You should not rely on this single advantage, I would say. But you know what? In fact, there are some very, very, very good news. I was, while anticipating this this conference, I was also expecting some public information on the results of the work that we've done with OECS, with the Organization for Eastern Caribbean States, because we've done work for Dominica, Grenada, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and Grenadine, about the unique ID and the unified approach towards unique ID. And just yesterday, OECS announced that we have developed a plan how to go from where we are into where we want to be. The plan has been approved, and now they will be looking for funding, and they will be looking for ways how to implement it. So eventually this will happen. The decision is taken. I know that OECS is sort of, separate. I mean, it still needs to convince the different governments, but at least we have a framework in place. And the framework that will make sure that a number of countries implement the systems that are compatible with each other, which means this will facilitate the travel arrangements, this will facilitate border crossings for people, but most importantly also for businesses and for money, for investment. So
that was going to be my question. Oh, absolutely. So I was just about to say, well, it's fantastic news when you find out that within a nation you can get something like that, an initiative like that going, and then to have it with neighboring islands or countries within a region, then that is even better. And my question was going to be interoperability, the integration, and if I'm able to go to another island and there's an emergency or anything happens, is there some sort of that plan to have some central data resource or bank where they can pull up my information that is in Jamaica and say, okay, we can assist. Like that is what kind of forward thinking we are trying to attain, correct?
That's correct. You know, in fact, when you talk about digital IDs, you have to make the distinction between the functional systems and the foundational systems. So when you talk about the digital ID, it should be a foundational system. So basically, you as a citizen of a given country need to be identified uniquely, and that country must have means to tell authorities or businesses in another country that yes, for sure, you are talking to the person you think you are talking, and then you can start doing business. So this is the path that now has been chosen by OECS, and I'm very glad, you know, this decision has been taken, because this means that this foundational technology will allow banks, will allow hospitals, will allow all government institutions to rely on that system and basically use that foundational ID to identify you and start doing service with, start providing you with a certain service. Now, to open a bank account, I'm nearly 100% sure you have to go physically to a bank, present yourself, show your passport, the bank account gets open. Now, today, how can you open a bank account even in another city or, you know, another region or another country? It's impossible. You can't travel. But if you are identifiable by digital means, you can open a bank or even a business in any other country. In fact, in a number of countries in Europe, this is already possible. In Europe, it's also quite diverse. Some countries embrace that more than others, and they are ahead. I'm coming from the north of Europe, from the Baltics, from Lithuania, Estonia, Scandinavia. Virtually, you know, without leaving your home, you can open a bank account in another country. You can get identified by another country's government institution because those systems are already made compatible. Unfortunately, I cannot do that yet in France, or I cannot do that yet in Germany, but I'm sure step by step this is coming as well.
It will get there. You know, I'm listening to you speak, and you know, this conversation is a privilege. And the reason being, I'm going to go back to a comment that was made very early out in the morning, and one of our attendees, I think his name is Maxim, said, you know, what we need to be able to do is break down, you know, digitization and you know, technology. A lot of the times when we use the terms artificial intelligence, you know, it sounds really bulky, it sounds really hard, and it sounds very unrelated to how it affects our lives every single day. Do you think that even as we get closer and closer to having unique identifiers, the digital credentials, that it will be important as a part of the education campaign is to actually allow persons to see the relevance, just as how you broke down business, travel, opening up bank accounts, the ease with which you can do certain things. Do you think people need to be able to relate and connect to how it could improve our lives going forward?
Well, and absolutely. And I think that some of those fears that people have today, that this might limit somehow my privacy or liberties, will go away very quickly because they will realize it is so convenient. Only when you have access to those digital systems, you realize how much time you were wasting by physically going somewhere, by, you know, how much investment you were making unnecessarily by building huge centers where, you know, you go to a teller and you talk face to face. All that, when it goes digital, it actually makes it so much more efficient. You use less time, and basically you become more efficient. You can relax more time, you know, you can enjoy your son more.
Yes.
And spend less time working.
Yes. The funding, because again, you know, these are, and we're not necessarily saying that they're excuses, but we know that these are concerns where it sounds great. And a lot of the times we've heard great ideas, great ideations, and you go, sounds great, but the funding, you know, getting the support, getting the buy-in, you know, how difficult or how easy, depending on the outlook, in your experience, is it to not just sell them on the idea, but to get the backing as well, to get it off the ground?
Yeah, well, clearly this requires investment, and this requires investment not only on the technological level, but like I said, you will be spending money with lawyers and with regulators and others, because a lot of foundational work needs to happen for this to go ahead. But when you think really on the national level or even on the regional level, it makes so much sense, because by having made this investment once, you fix many, many other systems. You make it easier for banks, for hospitals, for social security services, for others to not have to build their own systems, but rely on the central government system. So it's a no-brainer. On a country level, once this is understood, this will be much cheaper than by having, an unlimited number of those IDs, every institution building their own. Once you have one, from there on, you start building on top rather than duplicating what's already been done somewhere else. So, and you are, I would say, if OECS continues at the same pace like we started, we started this planning process, we've been contracted just before the pandemic hit. And we've done the study all remotely, and it's been difficult for us to do that remotely, but I was really impressed about the resilience of people at OECS saying, no, we have to finish it. We have no time to waste. Despite the pandemic, even more so, we have to move ahead and make sure that that we have these things, because these days investment is irrelevant, because unless you have this facility, there are some things that are just not happening. It's not a question of cost anymore. It's a question of that we suddenly realize it is a necessity. We must have it.
No, it's actually interesting. And as I hear you speaking, it's funny, I start thinking about how we pay bills. There's some of us who still go into, different entities to actually pay our utility bills. And what I started to realize, of course, for those of us who pay for our bills online, is that even using our face recognition or even our thumbprint has now allowed us to bypass having to put in our logins, but that in itself has become part of our unique identifying credential that allows us to do business. So it's only a matter of time, I believe, that we will start adopting and encouraging that kind of systemic framework.
Exactly, because what you mentioned, the biometrics, the fingerprints, the face scan, these are just technologies that have to be put in the right place, in the right framework. Because the bank might take your fingerprint scan, but that's it. It's only the bank that knows that. You go outside of that bank, that's it. Nothing else happens. But once your government, and like I said, the legislation and the privacy is very important. But once your government says that and informs every bank, look, we will help you assure that you are talking to the right persons. So simultaneously, you can engage with 5 banks, with 5 other businesses. You can, start businesses in different countries and do that all simultaneously, no longer sequentially. So, yeah, it's going to be a huge thing.
Yeah, and it sounds like it has to be a collective approach. And certainly that is something that has been a theme, echoed throughout all the classes and the discussions, the fact that we cannot do this together. We cannot survive. We cannot be sustainable. And certainly we cannot be resilient if we are trying to do it alone. And I always say that one of my favorite proverbs is that if you want to go fast, do it by yourself. But if you want to go far, you got to get company. You have to go together. Is there anything that you'd like to add before we wrap up this fireside chat and close off today, first day of the conference?
I think to me, it's a special day because yesterday we have this announcement from OECS that it's now happening. And that reminds me of a joke or sort of, thing that when we talk about building systems that work across countries, we say we should stop building islands. Now, you inherently understand what islands are.
We totally get it.
Using the digital technology and by having the unique ID, you can unite your islands in a continent and make travel, make interaction between people so much easier. So this is going to be a very, very interesting journey. And like I said, having listened today to so many interesting interventions and from Cancel Comas about diaspora and how important diaspora is, and the fact that 90% of diaspora wants to be more connected to their home country,
absolutely,
and have their own keep their own nationality. By being able to do that by digital means, it will make their dream come true.
Absolutely. It will change the narration. Of course, I was able to moderate that particular masterclass that you mentioned. And absolutely, it changes how we perceive each other. It changes how we're able to contribute. And certainly one of the biggest takeaways from that masterclass is that the diaspora is more than remittances. They have a lot more that they want to give from a charitable standpoint, mentorship, talent, recruitment, and that we need to be able to create spaces, leveraging digital, leveraging technology to ensure that they're actually able to give back in the way that they want to outside of remittances. So certainly, I thank you so very much for your time. Congratulations. That's fantastic news. I hope Jamaica will be added to that small group, sometime soon, so that we can start, as you say, living our lives in the way that we should be without having to waste time on things that really and truly we don't have to. Thank you for your time. You certainly have been able to persuade a lot of persons, I think, and help them to have a deeper understanding of digital credentials. So that was Mindaugas Glodus, Chief Executive Officer, Norway Registers Development AS. I will continue to keep my ear and my eyes out just to see how development is going, and seeing if I can lend my voice, of course, in my country, to see if we can get there as well. Thank you so very much. I see the attendees saying thank you. So you have fantastic day. Congratulations, and have a safe 2021.
You too. Thank you.
All right, no problem. So my attendees, oh my goodness, we started off this morning with yoga just to get our mind, body, and spirit, ready. We had some technical glitches, I'll be very honest with you, but we're so happy that you were able to understand that the content itself was rich. And certainly, with the year we had, which was 2020, anything can possibly happen and it will go wrong. But thank you so very much for staying with us. For our moderators, thank you for giving up your time and your energy and your attention and fielding questions all day. To our presenters, speakers, facilitators, thank you for taking the time out. As Mindaugas said, there was a lot of care and pride put into these presentations, and it was not superficial. They actually came with stats and facts, and I'm sure if they had more time, we would have had longer conversations if it wasn't for the time constraint. We want to thank our yoga instructor earlier on, and Gary Knight and his band for being our company and just giving us a little bit of difference when it comes to these types of conferences. Certainly the conference fatigue is real, and they added a little bit of dynamics and dimension. So what can you expect? This was day one. Today was day one. We spoke about digital skills and jobs. The overarching theme, of course, being building resilience in a post-pandemic era. Tomorrow, we speak about food and nutrition security, something that we cannot take for granted. If we are to be sustainable, if we are to be self-sufficient, if we are supposed to be resilient, we will have to come up with more ways of supplying the demand for our countries, exporting more, bringing more money into our countries as opposed to importing. And so there's a lot of things that we want to speak about, and we will speak about tomorrow. For those of you who are watching via social media, we are encouraging you, if you want access to everything from the conference, to register. It's free and it's open. For those of you who are asking questions about the presentations, yes, they will absolutely be available. I believe they will start uploading some today, but if you don't see it today, don't worry, we will definitely have it by tomorrow, and they will be available for a month that you can use for your point of reference. So day 2, food and nutrition. Come early. We have a lot lined up for you. Our lunch has a twist as well, so you don't want to miss that. And again, all the registrants will be raffled, and at the end of the day tomorrow, we'll be able to give away a special prize, one that I will absolutely take from anyone who doesn't want it, and that will take place tomorrow. So again, thank you so very much for making it the 5th Growth and Resilience Dialogue, brought to you by the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank in partnership with World Bank, the University of the West Indies, and the OECS. I am Dr. Terry Carell Reid. It was a pleasure serving you as host, and I look forward to hosting the event tomorrow. Any questions or any concerns you may have, please feel free to send an email to ECCB. And don't forget to visit the exhibitors' booths when you have the chance. Thank you. I hope today was fantastic. I didn't see any comments in the chat, but I'm going to take it that you had a great time and it was informative. So again, take care, and I will see you tomorrow.